Nie, chcę wysyłać do ciebie. Właśnie chciałem
A hard-earned reputation, well-deserved and Swiss-made over centuries of commitment and dedication to excellence. The Swiss Financial Centre is recognised as one of the world's leading financial centres and is ranked #1 in continental Europe. The iconic cities of Zurich and Geneva both rate in the top 15 on the leading Global Financial Centres Index. Renowned for its economic and political stability, attractive labour market, high-quality infrastructure, sophisticated public service, first-class education, and conveniently centred in the heart of Europe. The Swiss Financial Centre is comprised of 250 banks, over 200 insurance and reinsurance companies, Europe's third largest stock exchange, the SIX Group, pension funds, hedge funds, clearing houses, and is the #1 location for global commodities trading and trade finance. Switzerland adds up to a highly appealing international hub for business and consistently ranks as one of the world's most competitive countries, #3 in 2020 on the IMD Business School World Competitiveness Ranking, home to the second highest density of Fortune 500 companies worldwide. The Swiss Financial Centre, where our bottom line is continued excellence in banking and finance. Sustainably made in Switzerland.
Für mich ist ja gut.
Szanowni Państwo, please take your seats. On behalf of the Embassy of Switzerland
And Polish Swiss Chamber of Commerce,
we very warmly welcome you to the 7th edition of the Polish Swiss Innovation Day. My name is Paweł Padruk.
and my name is Ulrich Schwendimann. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference will be held in Polish and English with simultaneous translation. So if you need one, please help yourself at the entrance or just read out to the lady who is passing by with headphones if you need. Szanowni Państwo, konferencja odbywa się po polsku i po angielsku. Zapewniamy tłumaczenie symultaniczne. Jeśli Państwo potrzebują, to prosimy zwrócić się do pani, która właśnie się przechadza, bo część wystąpień będzie po polsku, część po angielsku. And of course, a very warm welcome to all those who join us online now. Bardzo serdecznie witamy wszystkich Państwa, którzy łączą się z nami zdalnie.
Last year at the 6th Polish Swiss Innovation Day, we spoke about clean tech. This year it will be all about innovation in finance. We will speak about sustainable finance and FinTech today, and what better place to do this than the Warsaw Stock Exchange. We take sustainability very seriously, so rest assured that all the flights of the Swiss speakers are compensated. The CO2 emissions of those flights are compensated with the Swiss Foundation MyClimate.org. And we even have a speaker who went through the trouble of coming by train. Junzi, you will meet her later on. We applaud her efforts, and we are happy that she also had a night at the hotel, because the night train can be a bit of a challenge. Now, we are here as part of the finance.swiss campaign. Please have a look at the LinkedIn and Twitter profiles and the website of finance.swiss. It's an information platform about the Swiss Financial Centre. And so it is our great pleasure, the Polish Swiss Chamber of Commerce, the Embassy of Switzerland, it's our great pleasure to be here in the trading room of the Warsaw Stock Exchange. And without further ado, I would like to ask our host to join us on stage. Please give it up for Monika Gorgon, the COO and board member of the Warsaw Stock Exchange. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Dzień dobry. Good morning. Szanowni Państwo, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this year Polish Swiss Innovation Day. There is probably no better place to discuss innovation in financial service and sustainable financial than the trading floor of Warsaw Stock Exchange. Today's event is an excellent opportunity to exchange experience between Switzerland and Poland in deployment of new digital technologies. Switzerland is one of the most innovative countries in the world, also in relation in innovation in financial industry. Poland's strength is FinTech development and also growing interested in sustainable financial. Warsaw Stock Exchange strongly supported both initiative. As for the sustainable financial, we undertook many initiatives in area of ESG. They included, among others, the new version of best practice for listed companies in Warsaw Stock Exchange. They covers in sustainable development, diversity, climate protection, and also in cooperation with European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, we published guidelines for listed companies in relation to ESG reporting. We also cooperating with financial sector within the Green Financial Group. As a stock exchange, we realize that technological development is necessary and important, and we know how much we can benefit from them. We established our technological arm, GPW Tech, which is provided implementation IT solution for capital market. We, as a Warsaw Stock Exchange, also are running number of the projects which use blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. I'm certain that today's event will show that both Poland and Switzerland work hard to develop modern technology in finance. I wish you a successful conference filled with the interesting discussion and exchange of experience. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now I have the big pleasure to announce the welcome speech of His Excellency Fabrice Villiers, Ambassador of Switzerland to Poland. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you. So, dzień dobry, bonjour, good morning, guten Morgen, Madam Plenipotentiary, dear partners, dear guests, dear participants. As the new ambassador of Switzerland to Poland, it is my great pleasure to welcome you today to this 7th edition of the Polish-Swiss Innovation Day. Before moving to Warsaw a few weeks ago, I served as Swiss ambassador in Singapore, where I could leave the thriving and very close cooperation between Switzerland and Singapore, between the financial regulators, between the companies, and everything just brought us to organize a joint event with Singapore in Zurich in June 2022. It was a premiere called Point Zero Forum, which is a very exclusive FinTech event that hopefully will take place every year from now on. So it's very fitting for me today to open my first flagship event in Warsaw, right here at the Stock Exchange. I warmly thank Mr. Dieter and his team for hosting us. We meet in challenging times. The main index of the Warsaw Stock Exchange has lost a third of its valuation since the beginning of the year. Just one indicator of many conquering crises. The effects of the global pandemic, a major war of aggression on the European continent, exceptional increases in the cost of fossil fuels and high inflation. But amidst all our challenges of short-term crisis management, we must not lose sight of our long-term objective. One of those crucial long-term objectives is to drastically curb greenhouse gas emissions to keep climate change in check. Another one is to foster innovation and harness the transformative powers of digitalization. Those are the two forward-looking topics we want to discuss at today's conference, which is all about sustainable finance and FinTech. And make no mistake, the global financial sector is already transforming. As one of the most competitive financial centers, Switzerland wants to be at the forefront of the innovation in this field. In addition to the .0 Forum for FinTech I mentioned earlier, we are also proud to host the event Building Bridges in Geneva, which just closed this week, which aims to unite, to bring together private, non-profit, and public actors to align finance with sustainability. We will hear more about the Building Bridges conference later today by its chairman, Mr. Patrick Audier. What is the Swiss Financial Center all about? Many people, unfortunately, still think of James Bond cliché with numbered accounts. We regularly see it again at the movies. But I must say, the Swiss Financial Center has drastically changed over the years. In my prior function before Singapore, I was also seconded to the Ministry of Finance, where we did incredible work in implementing the international and OECD standards in Switzerland, so that Switzerland, will have a strong and transparent financial center. And beyond that, the know-how of the Swiss banks and financial institutions are always very appreciated by the clients, the high quality, the reliability, the customer focus. These are all features that are still present and that make the Swiss Financial Center strong and forward-looking. So there are, many reasons that we continue to nurture why Switzerland Financial Center is strong and is meant to grow stronger. Our legal, political framework in Switzerland is very stable. We are located at the heart of Europe, between US and Asia, between the Americans and Asia, with cultures and languages overlap, so a multicultural country. We have a strong currency, strong independent currency, the Swiss francs. We are a global connected open economy, and we care for the details and we care for the customers. Today's conference is an opportunity for Switzerland and Poland to exchange and learn from each other. I would like to thank here the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Poland for granting us their honorary patronage. Our sincere appreciation also goes to all our institutional partners today and to the corporate partners who made this conference possible. UBS, SIX, Wealth Arc, Pathlo, Safra Sarasin, and PwC. So thank you very much to all of you, and I wish you a very good conference and very fruitful discussions today. Thank you.
Monsieur l'ambassadeur.
Merci.
Ambassador. And we have the president of the Polish-Swiss Chamber of Commerce here with us today with two hats. Michał Stępień often speaks about his different hats. Today he can wear both of them at the same time. He is both here to represent the Chamber of Commerce as our co-organizers and also UBS as the main corporate partner. I know, Michał, you are employing 7,000 people in Poland, so one of the biggest Swiss companies in the Polish market. We are very honored and grateful to have you here. Please, the stage is yours.
I couldn't resist.
Thank you, Michał.
So I believe that will be a good sign to opening the conference. Many thanks and welcome everyone. And you know why I need to wear two hats, because I have no hair. So that's why I believe I will not need any more hats. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. And I wanted to really warmly welcome all of those in the room and those in front of the screens. It's one of the post-pandemic realities that will be more and more meeting in this middle ground space, which some companies already started to explore. And I believe also some discussions which we'll be having later today will lead us to that, how we make the best of the two worlds of physical presence and also the online presence. Polish-Swiss Chamber of Commerce merges the two worlds, the world of Swiss innovation, stability, and sustainability with the Polish entrepreneurship and high work ethics. That's why these conferences that we organized under the name of the Polish-Swiss Innovation Day with the great partnership of the Swiss Embassy and Swiss institutional partners give us the unique opportunity to learn from each other, to exchange and to propose the way for the future. Because to me, it's not about looking back, it's about looking forward. And we know that we have found ourselves in Europe, especially in a very, very tough moment of history. It's the war in Ukraine, and Ambassador also mentioned that we have high inflation, macroeconomic situation is far from stable. And that's something that, as the financial sector, we can bring this world to people and try to better understand it, embrace it, and evolve. So that's why when we were thinking of this conference a year ago, of course, because it takes a lot of preparations to have such a conference, we know bankers are really people who have their feet on the ground. Yeah, so those are the people. So I wanted to name it bankers with their heads in the clouds, or in the cloud, in fact. Yeah, so that was the idea. But and we'll be talking about that. Yeah, how we are moving into the cloud. It's not cloud number 9 yet for the financial sector, but we are nearly there, and hopefully we are leading this digital revolution. In fact. So also another topic which is now very much pressing to us, especially in countries like Poland, which still rely on the fossil fuel for the power supply, has become evident that we need to do more and faster and better to be self-sustained when it comes to the power generation. This is something we will not longer be allowed even to drag our feet about. We need to act fast and we need to act now, and the financial sector particularly needs to help with that, because we have, of course, the two conflicting, at the first glance, situations. We have the short-term shortage of the power supply, which is coming from the fossil fuel in many economies. And we have a long-term goal, which is to really bring the sustainable future to the world, because we see what's happening already. And the climate change, we like it or not, it's happening right now as we speak. So the banks, that's also very important information, that we need to think of how we define our profit. So is still the word about the profit, or it's still the word more about the benefit, and holistically looking at that? And I hope this will also be the discussion that we have today and going forward after this conference. So it's all about collaboration, and I wanted to thank all the partners from starting with the Swiss embassy and Swiss ambassador, newly appointed to Poland, all the academia partners, all the non-governmental organizations, all the ministries, both from Poland and from Switzerland, for joining forces for a better world for all of us. And that's something that is really unique. And 200 companies, which are now partners in the Swiss Chamber of Commerce, value very much. So with that, I really hope that some of the still mysterious abbreviations like ESG will be deciphered for all of us, and we will know what does it mean really to be in ESG, or what does it mean to do the banking in the modern era, and how the banks not only support the transformation but also transform themselves. So that's for me the key for that. Again, many thanks for your attendance. I hope you will be really challenging, because the conference is for the participants, so you need to get the best out of it. So many thanks for that, and looking forward to the very fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now we are having the first keynote speech on how the state can foster innovation and sustainability in the financial sector. And I have the pleasure to announce Katarzyna Schwarz, the Finance Minister's Plenipotentiary for Capital Market Development.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie na dzisiejsze spotkanie. I would like to extend a special thank you to His Excellency, the Ambassador, for inviting me. It is lovely to meet you in person, and I look forward to our cooperation over the next couple of years. Bardzo się cieszę, że mogę tu być dzisiaj z Państwem, zwłaszcza, że przyszło mi mówić o innowacjach, o tym, jak nasza polityka może je wspierać i o tym, jak kraje takie jak Polska mogą się dzięki innowacjom rozwijać. A tutaj nie ukrywam, że Szwajcaria jest dla nas ogromnym źródłem inspiracji. Powiedzieć, że cyfryzacja i innowacje stworzyły podwaliny pod rozwój właściwie w każdej sferze naszego życia, to jest po prostu truizm. Ale trochę jest tak, że te innowacyjne rozwiązania, zwłaszcza w obszarze rynku finansowego, zrewolucjonizowały nasze życie, a my nie do końca sobie czasami zdajemy z tego sprawę. Pamiętam, jak w 2011 roku kończyłam studia w Londynie i, proszę Państwa, dostałam od właściciela mieszkania, które opuszczałam, list. W tym liście był czek, za pomocą którego właściciel zwracał mi koszty depozytu za mieszkanie. Ja wtedy już od lat miałam w polskim banku internetowe konto, założone bez wstawania od biurka. I muszę Państwu przyznać, że sporo czasu i trochę trudu mi zajęło, żeby się dowiedzieć, co ja właściwie mam z tym czekiem zrobić i jak mogę odzyskać moje pieniądze. Polski system bankowy jest znany w całej Europie jako bardzo innowacyjny i przyjazny klientom. Byliśmy jednym z pierwszych krajów, w których powstały banki internetowe. Mieliśmy takie szczęście w nieszczęściu, bo w czasie, gdy za granicą rozwijały się te opasłe systemy, będące dziś dla części banków obciążeniem, u nas komercyjne banki w zasadzie nie funkcjonowały. Po roku 1989 szybko przeskoczyliśmy kilka etapów, a nasza bankowość zaczęła się szybko orientować na nowoczesne i przyjazne konsumentom i przedsiębiorcom rozwiązania. Zadziałała tutaj znakomicie coś, co moi koledzy nazywają taką rentą zapóźnienia. Pozwoliło to na rozwinięcie w Polsce bardzo innowacyjnych rozwiązań związanych z bankowością i systemami płatności. Kilka lat temu, nie wiem czy Państwo wiedzą, powstała u nas piaskownica regulacyjna dla fintechów w obszarze płatności właśnie. Dzięki tej piaskownicy miały szansę rozwijać się podmioty będące nie tyle konkurencją, co takim ważnym uzupełnieniem tradycyjnych banków, tych już istniejących. No między innymi dzięki takim rozwiązaniom Polska zbudowała nowoczesny i zrównoważony, bezpieczny system płatniczy. Programy takie jak Polska Bezgotówkowa, ten program został uruchomiony w 2017 roku przez uczestników rynku i był bardzo wspierany przez administrację publiczną, przesunął nas, Polskę, do takiej awangardy najszybciej rozwijających się rynków płatności bezgotówkowych z korzyścią nie tylko dla klientów, ale dla przedsiębiorców, no i przede wszystkim dla całej gospodarki. Nieprzypadkowo to właśnie w Polsce rozwijają się dziś takie rozwiązania jak Blik. Blik umożliwia płacenie za towary i usługi przy pomocy telefonu, będące pierwszym wyborem Polaków w płatnościach e-commerce. No i nie ma w tym przesady, moim zdaniem. Jest to jeden z kluczowych motorów dla rozwoju tych istniejących i nowych, przyszłych obszarów dla całej gospodarki. Im dłużej o tym myślę, tym bardziej mam takie wrażenie, że ten wspomniany zwrot depozytu za mieszkanie w Londynie we współczesnej Polsce zająłby prawdopodobnie około 30 sekund i obyłoby się bez żadnych listów. Jednocześnie warto podkreślić, że polski system bankowy uważany jest za jeden z najbezpieczniejszych w Europie. Wspomniane innowacyjne rozwiązania udało się wprowadzić i bardzo dynamicznie rozwinąć, pomimo bardziej niż w wielu innych krajach restrykcyjnych regulacji, chociażby w zakresie i wymogów kapitałowych i kwestii takich jak chociażby outsourcing. To są kwestie, które są przedmiotem naszych dyskusji z sektorem bankowym, finansowym, z przedsiębiorcami. Wiemy, że pojawiają się postulaty odrestrykcjonowania tych regulacji, ale właśnie dzięki nim możemy się takim bezpiecznym systemem bankowym pochwalić, a jak widzimy nie ma to negatywnego wpływu na rozwój innowacji. W Ministerstwie Finansów jesteśmy przekonani, że takich podobnych do Blika sukcesów warto szukać w innych obszarach gospodarki. Dlatego wprowadzamy takie rozwiązania jak chociażby ulga badawczo-rozwojowa dla przedsiębiorstw, czy ulga na robotyzację, która ułatwia unowocześnienie parku maszynowego i zwiększenie produktywności przedsiębiorstw dzięki temu. Bardzo ważnym elementem naszej polityki jest też ulga IP Box, czyli takie preferencyjne traktowanie dochodów z praw własności intelektualnej, czy też ulga na wsparcie innowacyjnych pracowników, która po prostu ułatwia konkurowanie naszym przedsiębiorstwom i przedsiębiorstwom, które tutaj decydują się płacić podatki, o specjalistów o takich kluczowych umiejętnościach i kompetencjach. Od kilku lat w naszym kraju funkcjonują także programy, których celem jest przyciągnięcie na polski rynek specjalistów, zwłaszcza w tej kluczowej dla rozwoju innowacji dziedzinie IT. Nie wiem, czy Państwo wiedzą, ale w Polsce od niedawna pracują, płacą tutaj podatki, choćby zdolni informatycy z Białorusi, którzy znaleźli u nas nie tylko azyl przed opresyjnym reżimem, ale także godne, ciekawe miejsca pracy, które pozwalają im się rozwijać w swoich dziedzinach i budować tutaj swoje życia. Wreszcie, i to jest bardzo istotne, szczególnie w kontekście dzisiejszej konferencji, stawiamy na rozwój zrównoważonych finansów i stworzenie prywatnym inwestorom warunków tutaj w Polsce do inwestycji w transformację klimatyczną, w transformację naszego systemu energetycznego. Często słyszę, jak to w Polsce? Polska węglem stoi. No proszę Państwa, właśnie dlatego. Przez to, że stoją przed nami tak ogromne wyzwania związane z transformacją klimatyczną i energetyczną, musimy w Ministerstwie Finansów pracować jeszcze ciężej nad tym, aby stworzyć tutaj warunki do inwestycji w transformację, ponieważ sektor publiczny sam takiego wyzwania nie udźwignie. Potrzebujemy prywatnych inwestorów, aby nam w tym pomogli, zwłaszcza, że transformacja klimatyczna nie jest tylko wyzwaniem, jest też szansą. Jest szansą dla rozwoju naszego systemu finansowego, dla naszego rynku kapitałowego. Dlatego w tym roku powołujemy w Ministerstwie Finansów Platformę Zrównoważonych Finansów, która wesprze nas w przygotowaniu takiej mapy drogowej dla rozwoju zielonych finansów w Polsce. Chcemy, aby prywatni inwestorzy wsparli sprawiedliwą transformację polskiej gospodarki, w tym dekarbonizację naszej energetyki. No mogą Państwo oczywiście się teraz zastanawiać, no dobra, ale miała Pani mówić o innowacjach, o fintechach. Co to ma w ogóle wspólnego z tymi innowacjami? No proszę Państwa, jeszcze kilka lat temu do Ministerstwa Finansów firmy będące jednocześnie tymi dostawcami i konsumentami innowacji przychodziły z jednym pytaniem. Jakie macie dla nas ulgi podatkowe? Jak możemy płacić mniej podatków? W jaki sposób możemy się tutaj dogadać, abyśmy my rozwijali tutaj swój biznes, żebyśmy mieli taką pewność co do tego, jakie podatki będziemy płacić i jakie będą te dla nas korzystne rozwiązania. Dzisiaj firmy zadają już 3 pytania. Poza podatkami chcecie Państwo tak naprawdę, bo wiele z tych firm siedzi dzisiaj tutaj na tej sali, Państwo chcecie wiedzieć, poza podatkami. Także o to, pytacie o to, jak Polska pomoże w zachęcaniu wykwalifikowanych pracowników i jak zapewnimy dostęp do czystej energii z sieci, dzięki czemu tych firm, ślad węglowy nie będzie ciążył na wizerunku globalnym. Na te wyzwania chcemy i staramy się odpowiadać. Wiemy, że prawdziwym motorem innowacji są ludzie, ich potrzeby, ich biznesy i tą dewizą kierujemy się w MF. Bardzo dziękuję jeszcze raz za zaproszenie i życzę Państwu owocnych obrad dzisiaj.
Thank you very much. Katarzyna Schwarz, Plenipotentiary of the Ministry of Finance for Capital Market Development. And as you already mentioned, the Ministry of Finance of Poland and the Ministry of Finance in Switzerland, the Swiss Federal Department of Finance, and the Swiss National Bank, as well as the Bank Narodowy Polski, the NBP, they work very closely together since our 2 countries are in the same constituency in the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. We co-lead this constituency. And so our next speaker, who will join us with a video message, knows Poland very well. It's Stefan Flückiger, the Deputy State Secretary for International Finance in Bern.
Good afternoon from the Swiss capital Bern to Warsaw. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear Fabrice, I truly regret that I cannot be in Warsaw today in person. It would be my first time ever. But I'm very happy that today, at least, we have this possibility to participate via video. Let me first underline the close and long-standing relations between Switzerland's and Poland's ministries of finance. I recall the COP24 conference in Katowice, where, historically, the technical basis for the global implementation of the Paris Agreement goals was agreed. At that time, it also became clear how important the financial risks and opportunities of climate change are. And there is, of course, one more important avenue of cooperation, that between our 2 countries in the Bretton Woods institutions in the joint constituency for the boards of the IMF and the World Bank. This has now lasted for 30 years. There is a routine in working together under Swiss-Polish leadership, and over the years we have got to know each other ever better. And finally, we have been conducting regular exchanges with Poland for years on current bilateral financial and tax issues. Today's event with the representation of both ministries of finance ties in perfectly without this overall relationship. So from Bern, for all of this, my thanks go out to our colleagues in the Polish Ministry of Finance. On today's topic, let me share with you, on behalf of the Federal Department of Finance, what we think are the key elements concerning the government's role in promoting innovation and sustainability in the financial sector. The two areas form the two main pillars of our strategy for the future, which we crafted in 2020 for Switzerland as a financial center, as a global financial center. It was one of my first assignments, so I remember it well. One thing in advance, it's not the government that drives innovation in the financial services sector, and it's not the state that launches new ideas in the areas of sustainable finance. This is true for innovation in general. What is the government's task is to create a predictable and stable environment in terms of infrastructure and regulation that creates incentives for companies to innovate and compete. This includes regulation that is principle-based and technology-neutral and does not involve thousands of detailed rules. You need to get a feel what companies and innovators want and need. For this, it is vital to entertain regular contacts between the authorities and the business community. Let me illustrate this with a few concrete examples. First, in the area of sustainable finance. Switzerland, both the government and its financial center, are fully committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050. And we carry the ambition to become one of the world's leading centers for sustainable finance. According to the latest figures, almost 2,000 billion Swiss francs, or 2 trillion, are invested in sustainable investments in the Swiss financial market. And the trend is rising sharply. But many issues in this new field still remain. What responsibility for the real economy? What responsibility with the financial industry? What metrics do we use for which products? Over the last year, some major initiatives have been introduced in Switzerland. For the real economy, the government has introduced mandatory TCFD disclosures for large companies in the real economy. TCFD stands for the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, and its indicators are on the way to becoming a globally accepted standard, which can be used in turn by the financial industry to establish meaningful products. Even more recently, in June this year, we presented the Swiss Climate Scores to be used by the financial industry for their financial products. This provides institutional and private investors in Switzerland with comparable and meaningful information on the extent to which their financial investments are compatible with international climate goals. The government's treasury will soon place its first Green Confederation bond on the financial market. This will allow more capital to be allocated to sustainable projects. In addition, Switzerland is lobbying the World Bank to allow emerging and developing countries to issue green bonds. Given its active role in sustainable finance, Switzerland also contributes internationally. We are involved in the new OECD Inclusive Forum on Carbon Mitigation Approaches and the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero GFANZ, and are active in contributing to the G20 Working Group on Sustainable Finance. As you see, we are moving on many fronts, both with the private sector and with initiatives that introduce transparency and comparability. In the second domain, digital innovation, the Swiss government pursues equally high ambitions for its FinTech sector. Switzerland should be one of the world's leading locations for innovation in the financial sector. In a comprehensive report published in March this year, the Federal Council has defined its strategy for digital finance 2022 and the following years. In this report, the Federal Council sets out 12 areas of action with specific measures to provide the best possible regulatory framework. Just to mention a few, already in 2019, we introduced a FinTech license to make it easier for startups to rapidly provide payment services without a full banking license. We provided a so-called regulatory sandbox with lighter regulation for young innovative techs with up to assets of 1 million Swiss francs. Just over a year ago, Swiss blockchain legislation came into force. It has strengthened Switzerland as a business location in two ways. Firstly, directly through increased legal certainty, and secondly, and this is almost even more significant, the Lex blockchain was the first of its kind internationally. It has strengthened Switzerland's international position as a technological pioneer location in the financial sector. Not only do companies directly active in the crypto business benefit from this, but the financial center as a whole has been able to occupy a concrete niche in the future-oriented fintech sector. Presently, we're nudging incumbent banks to open docking channels so fintechs may use customer data, with their permission, of course, and provide additional services. The idea is to create a symbiosis between incumbent banks and fintechs. But there is a lot of work ahead, specifically with respect to the use of data, clouds, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, but also teaching and research. One of the most promising areas are where digital finance meets sustainable finance. We have recently established a green fintech network where we brought together various stakeholders, financial institutions, consumers, suppliers, innovative startups, globally active technology companies, academia, and operators of decentralized networks, and coordinate as a government where necessary. This is where we see our role as government, providing and nurturing an active dialogue between all partners and stakeholders, and comparing notes with our partner countries internationally, just as we do today. With this, let me end here and wish you success and many new insights for this morning and the interesting panel discussion. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Stefan Flückiger, for this message. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having now 3 input presentations from representatives of the private sector. And our first speaker will elaborate or address the question, how can the financial sector drive sustainability, experiences from Switzerland? And I have the great pleasure to announce Michaela Simon-Horvath. She is responsible for sustainable investing strategies in the Chief Investment Office, Wealth Management of UBS. And I have to say, unfortunately, Michaela is not with us today physically because of personal reasons. But I see that you are already online. And hi, Michaela. Do you hear us well? Okay, floor is yours.
I can hear you well. Can you hear me? Okay, fantastic.
Yes, yes.
So, dzień dobry, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure being part of the Polish-Swiss Innovation Day, although I have to admit that I'm a bit disappointed that I cannot be with you in person today. Given the context of the conference, my input session is entitled, How can the financial sector drive sustainability? Experiences from Switzerland. Indeed, I'm speaking out of the perspective of a Swiss bank. However, our experiences are global and not only confined to Switzerland. This is quite important as sustainability is a global topic. It's about global risks and opportunities, as we just heard earlier on. Let me also start with a reflection how the topic of sustainability changed over time. Sustainability in the financial context is not new. Banks and asset managers have been advising on sustainable investing for around 100 years. However, our understanding of sustainability has been always quite individualized and was linked often to personal values of investors. Over the past 7 years, this has changed greatly. And with the introduction of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, the focus on sustainability accelerated, not to say exploded. With the so-called SDGs, we have now a holistic framework in place so that we all understand what sustainability actually means. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are a call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for all by hopefully 2030, or at least we make a step towards it. More importantly, these goals are better, the achievement of them are measurable. This is quite important. We can measure what needs to be achieved. So how do banks fit into this? Originally, the United Nations estimated that 5 to 7 trillion US dollars per year would be required until 2030 to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals globally. So we have official development assistance from governments, which rose to an all-time high of around 160 billion US dollars in 2020. And philanthropy has reached 1.5 trillion US dollars and is growing further. Government support and philanthropy, however, alone are not enough to finance the development goals. So originally we faced an annual funding gap of around 2.5 trillion US dollars. And with the COVID pandemic, which has made the conditions within the developing world worse, we are now, or it's estimated by the OECD, that the funding gap increased to around 3.2 trillion US dollars. So therefore, private capital needs to be mobilized. And how we mobilize this money comprises various aspects. Sometimes when people ask me what my role as a sustainable and impact investing strategist encompasses, I'm describing my job as that of an architect. I'm not designing sustainable houses, but my team works on creating new sustainable investment opportunities with the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in mind. And we just heard it in the earlier speech that this is important that we have these investment opportunities. Although being the architect is not sufficient, more importantly, we need the infrastructure in place to make things work. I hope you can still hear me well, because I lost my connection.
We still hear
Okay.
you, Michaela. You can continue.
Fantastic, good,
Yeah,
because
thank
I
you.
lost my connection.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as I said, being an architect is not sufficient. More importantly, we need the infrastructure in place to make things work. As our previous chairman used to say, it's about the plumbing of the system where we banks are urgently needed. So, next to an architect, I'm also a plumber, electrician, gardener, you name it. So, why is this so important? Mobilizing capital presents challenges. Of course, access to more capital will make achieving those critical SDG funding levels possible. However, it is also necessary to assure that any investments made actually result in or drive lasting change. For this to happen, we need universally agreed standards and defined impact. Again, it was mentioned before. Also, there could be simply a misalignment of objectives or an inability to effectively measure the success of outcomes. The sustainability market is also strongly growing and constantly new players emerge. It is important to ensure that potentially competing agendas do not work at cross purposes or result in conflicts, which could impose additional burdens upon society and the environment, in fact. What we also need is a transparency revolution. Thinking about what we heard earlier in the keynote speeches, to boost economies, many policymakers are now focusing on funding green projects, including infrastructure. So we are looking out for an accelerated regulatory push beyond Europe that will further boost flows of sustainably focused capital. And we just heard the examples from Switzerland. This will also lead to increased harmonization of sustainable investing standards and the need to focus on generally measurable outcomes aligned to the SDGs. This is on the one hand achieved via standardized sustainable accounting practices, as well as better data and analytics. And data and analytics are key. Demand for sustainable data could drive the size of the related data and service market to more than $5 billion in the next 4 to 5 years. This is where sustainable finance and FinTech meet. Furthermore, to build sustainable and impact investments across all asset classes also requires multi-stakeholder partnerships across the public, not-for-profit, and for-profit private sectors alike. Digital sustainable development platforms already exist for this purpose, but few of them directly engage with private wealth capital. UBS therefore aims to support the development of single, scalable digital platforms. Last but not least, sustainability means thinking and acting with the long term in mind. As any company, banks have an obligation to their clients, shareholders, and employees to apply long-term lenses. And the bank has also the responsibility to society at large. In fact, we believe that for any business, sustainable thinking focused on long-term opportunities and risk creates a more stable firm. And also, particularly when you're a startup, it's important to incorporate sustainability from the start. Sustainability must be part of a business DNA. It's not something which could be done sporadically. The COVID-19 crisis has shown that we must better prepare for global systemic risks, among them the climate change. If we delay actions any longer, the eventual costs will only increase. It's therefore critical to act now in partnerships and transparently to achieve, and I repeat again, measurable change. So data and data analysis to have this measurable change are the key for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. As my presentation is now between you and the next morning coffee, I would like to thank you for your attention and wishing you all a successful conference day. And again, appreciate, and I'm sorry that I could not be with you today, but it would be a pleasure connecting with you to further foster innovation around the great sustainability topics. So many thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michaela, Simon, Hovat of UBS. Thank you for joining us from afar, and we invite you to join us soon in Warsaw, physically as well. Thank you. And dear guests, we now come to our first networking break. Since we are quite a big group, you are also free to take your coffee and croissants over here. There's a couple more tables. Please mingle and enjoy. Thank you. And we will be back at 10:15.
Global warming has dramatic impacts on nature and human society. Aligning financial flows with international climate goals is therefore essential. But how to tell if an investment portfolio is aligned? As the first country worldwide, Switzerland established a set of transparency criteria for climate-aligned investing. These include net zero commitments, management to net zero, climate stewardship, fossil fuel exposures, greenhouse gas emissions, and global warming potential. The Swiss Climate Scores: Transparency for Investing.
No.
Merci
Proszę bardzo.
de votre présentation. Je pense que ça peut m'être agréable.
A, dziękuję. Przepraszam Państwa, tylko, bo już zaczynamy, tylko chciałem przekazać, tak. No. A, bardzo miło. Pan Łukasz, tak? Dzień dobry, dzień dobry. Oj, dzień dobry, cześć, cześć.
Please take your seats.
Bo ten apetelowy, tak? To był ten, okej, okej, no, zapraszamy.
Willie, you have to be careful because we can hear what you're saying. As long as you're saying nice things. Please feel free to take your coffee or snack with you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Human society. Aligning financial flows with international climate goals is therefore essential. But how to tell if an investment portfolio is aligned? As the first country worldwide, Switzerland established a set of transparency criteria for climate-aligned investing. These include net zero commitments, management to net zero, climate stewardship, fossil fuel exposures, greenhouse gas emissions, and global warming potential. The Swiss Climate Scores, Transparency for Investing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Szanowni Państwo, welcome back. We are coming to our second input today. This is Dr. Anna Stünzi, who is a lecturer at Switzerland's renowned business school HSG, which is, by the way, a partner of SGH, acronyms almost the same. And Anna is also a president of a grassroots think tank on foreign policy in Switzerland called Voraus Forum Außenpolitik, and on the board of Descartes Finance. So Anna, the floor is yours. Welcome to Warsaw.
Thank you, Pablo.
And you came to Warsaw by train.
I
So
came by
Anna
train.
is the one. Follow her example. I tried it even with 2 little kids.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the organizing. Thanks a lot for the invitation. It's very great to come here. And actually, the train is very nice. It works, and it worked perfectly. And I had a nice bed last night, so that kind of rewarded me for the night train. So I chose the title Green Unicorns today because I was asked to give a bit an outsider perspective on what has happened in the last couple of years. We've heard it a little bit before in the speeches. And the good thing of being here is, of course, I can show some numbers and some slides, but I can also kind of zoom out a bit of what is happening. And the reason for that is that we started working on this topic about 7 years ago. We realized that with the Paris Agreement, it has been said before, is of course, it's not just that all countries have the demand to define their own climate targets, so mitigation and adaptation targets, but for the very first time, the finance industry actually had a really prominent role in an international agreement. And it was not just said that we need finance to achieve the targets, but it was said we need to align all financial flows to these targets. And what we observed is that, well, most of the financial industry, and in particular also in Switzerland, they were very busy with digitization. Basically knowing like what happens inside the company, what do we have to do, how can we comply with demands from our customers, but also how can we react to new market entrants, small FinTech startups who join the financial industry. And we said, well, if we combine these 2 topics, we probably have kind of achieve a goal that we started a conversation about what these climate targets mean for the financial sector, but we also may find some unicorns, and those in the startup area, of course, know what a unicorn means. It means a startup with a valuation over $1 billion US. So let me go back to why in the last 7 years so many started talking about climate finance. If we want to stick to this 1.5 or 2 degree target, we have a certain amount of emissions that we can still emit. Simply because if we emit more emissions, the risk the temperature is going to increase more is increasing. And if we compare this to the reserves of coal, oil, and gas that we already know, we see that if we would burn all these fossil fuels, the emissions that we emit are way more than what is inside this budget. And that's what we talk about the carbon bubble, and that's basically the risk perspective of why a lot of financial actors now started talking about the role of finance in climate. Because on the one hand, the more we emit, the higher are the probabilities that we have damages from natural hazards, for example, that have to be paid, for example, from insurance companies. But also, everything that is owned by companies, such as these fossil fuels, of course, have investors behind. And if we suddenly know that we can't invest or that we can't burn these fossil fuels anymore, these investments are much less of a value. The other perspective is that we just need enormous amounts of finance to continue the transition that we already started. Just the energy systems, the transportation sector, infrastructure, housing, all of this needs so much investments that we just can't wait for more years. And you see that while we're currently at around 600 billion per year that is invested, I'm sorry, the numbers are a bit small, I realize, we have to go up to about 3.5 trillion by 2030. What has happened in the last 7 years is basically we went from zero to net zero. So lots of financial actors have joined coalitions, say where they have targets that by 2050 they want to have a portfolio that is net zero. Right now it's already more than 500 companies, and they have more than 130 trillion of assets. So a lot has happened in the financial industry, a lot of recognition that their role in combating climate change is very important. When we see where these investments at the moment are taken, we see that there is a lot happening in Western Europe, a lot in East Asia and Pacific, mostly China, and a lot in the US and Canada. A bit less in the other continents. And what we also see is that mostly in Europe, in the US and in Australia, these investments are taken by the private sector, while in the other continents, it's mostly the public sector. In addition to these kind of changes on the global scale, we see, of course, a vast increase just in the number of funds. But what we see is this is not just related to climate. More and more, the topic of sustainability, a bit more general, has come into mainstream. And as we've heard before, it's not a new topic. ESG has been around for years. But in the last couple of years, this has just exploded. And together with the explosions in the private sector, of course, we had an explosion of events and projects and reports. But what I think is very interesting about it is that more and more climate is already as a given fact where we know the lever and the connection to the financial industry, and more we talk now about the connection to nature. How can we use finance for increasing biodiversity protection? How can we use finance for investing in the SDGs? And very interestingly, it's not just the private sector, and it's not just the civil society, it's actually lots of governments. So we've heard this morning that Switzerland wants to position itself as a hub for sustainable finance. London at the moment is called the king, the queen, or just having the crown in green finance. The European Union wants to set itself as a global leader in setting standards for sustainable finance, as does Singapore. So it's not just one country. Suddenly, lots of governments themselves say, well, the financial industry is very important, and we want to be the place where sustainable finance is at the forefront. With that comes, of course, questions for
regulations or standards and frameworks. Probably most of you already know the TCFD. We've heard about it before, so I'm not going to explain it in detail. But what you should know is that the objectives that we're requested to measure, or at least to report on, are kind of increasing. So it's not just on climate, the TCFD, or actually there is now a TNFD on nature-related financial disclosure. And of course, the green taxonomy of the European Union goes beyond climate. It also includes objectives on biodiversity, on water resources, on pollution, on circular economy. And all these different criteria will have to be included and aggregated by the financial sector. If we look at the past, transitions have happened. Transitions in the energy sector have happened. So we started for heating, we started with wood fuels and coal. We added a little bit of oil and gas, and now we have more and more electricity. But what this shows is the majority of coal has actually been phased out or phased down in only 50 years. If we look at lighting, we started with whale oil and candles. And then we went to gas and kerosene. And now we're with electricity. So within less than 40 years, we basically phased out gas and kerosene for lighting. So it is possible that we have transitions. And it's possible that we have them in very short amounts of time. But we have to be aware that for the SDGs, we only have 8 years. For climate, we have 8 years, maybe 28, depending on where you are. So we have to be very fast. And this is where, as we've also heard before, of course, financial innovation comes to the play. Because a part of kind of a need for automation in financial industries anyway, SDG data is incredibly complex. Measuring 17 targets, but then also aggregating it and putting it together and reporting is really complex. You don't want to do this by hand. We have the demand from customers not only to be very speedy, to have a nice app, to be transparent, but we also have demands for being very sustainable, or at least getting data about how sustainable you are. And then, and I think that's also very important, the financial sector or financial players needed a little bit of a new story after the financial crisis. So kind of being able to contribute to solving these global goals helps for the story. But then there are also those who say, well, I see a business case. I want to enter this market. And just to show a little bit of what happened, 2 years ago, we made a mapping of how financial innovation, basically digital finance in Switzerland, is combined with sustainability. And while it is only a very small part still of the whole FinTech landscape with a broad definition of FinTech, more in digital finance, we see there are already some who really put both sustainability and digital innovation at the forefront, mostly in investment management. I'm sure you're going to talk about this in the second part of this day. If you look at the Nordic countries, you see a lot is happening there. So this brings me back to the unicorn that I showed in the beginning. And I think it's totally fine, but it's very important that we are aware there are different reasons or different wishes behind this unicorn. One is really about financing these SDGs. We want to achieve these targets. The other one is entering a market or staying in a market. And it doesn't have to be that they're counteracting, but we have to be aware that these are two different targets. And for some, it's basically a one-fits-all solution. Like we have to, as a state, comply with the climate targets. We also want to have a strong financial industry, so we combine all of this together. And we have to be very much aware what is our overarching goal. Because with that, with these different wishes, come also issues. One is that we've seen that some of the assets or investments that are labeled as green are maybe not that green. Another is that some actors who have pledged that they want to become net zero already had to leave the alliance again because they didn't want or they can't comply with actually the ambitiousness of these targets. And we see that most actors already started working on some of the SDGs, but not on all of them. And I'm the last one to say it is easy to do that. I know it's incredibly difficult to aggregate all these risks. But we have to be aware it doesn't work just with choosing the ones you already get in. We have to do the 17. So I want you to take basically 3 messages from me. One is, I think the overall goal should always be that we need to decrease these emissions, that we need to increase biodiversity protection, that we reduce poverty. And this should be the overall goal. There could be other goals, like entering a market or staying in a market, but this should be the overall goal. And we should use this lever of finance, but it's not the only one. We need the reductions in the real economy, of course. I think risk evaluating, aggregating, and assessing is in the DNA of the financial actors. So I think who, if not the financial industry, can help us a lot with achieving these targets. And then finally, I think we should all be aware of some challenges. It is really complex. It is really complex, but let's work on it. The second is digitization and sustainability is everywhere. It's not just the financial industry where we suddenly need SDG experts or people who can code and aggregate data. It's everywhere. So there is some kind of fight for talents where you as a financial industry probably compete with WWF, but also Google and all the other companies who also want to have these experts. And finally, we all have to find a common language because long-term is very different in the area of environmental sustainability and in tech, for example. So if I would draw the equation nowadays, it would probably be more like this. I would say we need both anyway. You can maybe have more elements, but if you want to have your unicorn, I think you have to be aware of the SDGs and of digitization, but I'm very happy to discuss this with you, and with that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anna, for this impressive presentation. And just to let you know, perhaps once again, or to remind you that this conference is being recorded. So in a few days' time, we will have all the links on the landing page of this conference, and we will let you know via email that now you can all the links are there, and you can review this presentation if you want to. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now refocusing on Poland, what's going on here in Poland. For us, it was very important organizing this event to have the informations, first-hand informations on sustainable finance in Poland. What is the status? Where are we now? And of course, we knew that we would like to reach out for the Związek Banków Polskich, the Polish Banks Association, because it's the voice of the industry. And on the other side, we also knew that PwC is doing for the second time this year a report, Zielone Finanse po polsku, Green Finance in Poland. And we are very lucky that we can present you, or they can present their findings themselves. In a minute, we will have a double input. And I am pleased to announce now Dorota Hutny, who is the ESG leader for the financial sector at PwC. Dorota, the floor is yours.
Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie i za możliwość podzielenia się tutaj wnioskami z naszego raportu, który został opublikowany w ten poniedziałek. Jest to druga edycja tak naprawdę raportu, który przedstawia, jak wygląda droga polskich banków w kierunku wdrażania wymogów zrównoważonego rozwoju w swojej działalności, w swoich strategiach, w swojej ofercie produktowej, w procesach zarządzania ryzykiem, w procesach kredytowych. Raport powstał tak naprawdę na bazie ankiety, którą wysłaliśmy do banków komercyjnych i banków specjalistycznych na rynku polskim. Odpowiadające banki odpowiadają za około 70% aktywów sektora bankowego w Polsce. Ankieta miała 14 pytań. Pytania miały taki charakter listy wyboru, no i dotyczyły tak naprawdę po pierwsze zaawansowania banków we wdrażaniu wymogów dotyczących zrównoważonego rozwoju i też największych wyzwań z którymi napotykają się podczas tutaj swoich prac i działań w kierunku zrównoważonego rozwoju. Już od samego rana na dzisiejszej konferencji słyszymy, że jakby zrównoważone finanse jakby mają bardzo istotny wpływ na transformację, na osiągnięcie celów środowiskowych, SDGs, celów klimatycznych, net zero. No i oczywiście kluczowym tak naprawdę motorem tej transformacji jest sektor finansowy. I też na ten sektor finansowy zostało nałożone wiele obowiązków, wiele zobowiązań, niejako nakłaniających do przekierowywania inwestycji i strumieni finansowania właśnie w kierunku tej transformacji, właśnie w kierunku działalności przyjaznych środowiskowo. No i rola banków w tym zakresie i też innych instytucji finansowych jest nieoceniona, bardzo ważna, ale też i bardzo trudna, ponieważ wiąże się z wieloma wyzwaniami w tym zakresie. I teraz jakie główne spostrzeżenia tutaj z naszej ankiety, też z naszych rozmów, bo oprócz ankiety rozmawialiśmy też z przedstawicielami wybranych banków, jak oceniają swoją sytuację tutaj w obszarze Sustainable Finance. To bardzo ciekawe 3 spostrzeżenia, z którymi się chciałam z Państwem dzisiaj podzielić. Pierwsze jest takie, że każdy z ankietowanych banków wdrożył już wymogi zrównoważonego finansowania i pracę w kierunku jakby finansowania zrównoważonego rozwoju w którejś ze swoich obszarów działalności. Czy to w strategii, na przykład strategii ESG, czy to w swojej ofercie produktowej, czy w procesach wewnętrznych, w procesach administracyjnych. Dodatkowo większość, bo ponad 80% z ankietowanych zamierza nadal intensywnie na przykład rozszerzać swoją ofertę produktową, czyli tak naprawdę ofertę finansowania zrównoważonych inwestycji, tych przyjaznych środowiskowo. Co ciekawe, żaden z ankietowanych banków na przykład nie wskazał, że planuje zwiększyć koszt finansowania tak zwanych brudnych działalności, brudnych inwestycji, czyli związanych na przykład z węglem. To jest trochę, można powiedzieć, jakby dwuznaczny wniosek, ponieważ większość też z banków w swoich strategiach ESG tak naprawdę zadeklarowała odejście w ogóle od finansowania tego typu działalności. No a te, które całkowicie jeszcze nie wycofały się z finansowania na przykład działalności związanej z paliwami kopalnymi, no to na moment obecny po prostu nie planują podwyższać ceny tego finansowania. Z drugiej strony oczywiście oferowane klientom są atrakcyjniejsze warunki albo różnego rodzaju inne wsparcie pozafinansowe w przypadku realizowania inwestycji mających na celu cele zrównoważonego rozwoju. Kolejnym ciekawym wnioskiem jest to, że również większość ankietowanych wskazała, że pomimo tego przedłużającego się kryzysu pandemii COVID-19, pomimo wojny na Ukrainie i kryzysu energetycznego, nie zamierzają zmieniać swoich planów i swoich strategii na moment obecny związanych z wdrożeniem aspektów zrównoważonego rozwoju. Czyli tak naprawdę możemy powiedzieć, że pociąg się rozpędził i bardzo trudno będzie go zatrzymać. Jakie największe wyzwania wskazują polskie banki w kontekście konieczności i wspierania tej zielonej transformacji? Przede wszystkim wskazują na brak danych, ograniczoną dostępność tych danych, ograniczoną jakość tych danych. Te dane są tak naprawdę potrzebne w wielu obszarach, tak? Od raportowania oczywiście, bo wiemy, że weszły wymogi w zakresie raportowania, ale też na potrzeby zarządzania, odpowiedniego zarządzania ryzykiem klimatycznym, czy to fizycznym, czy to ryzykiem transformacji i również na potrzeby skonstruowania swojej zielonej oferty produktowej. Drugim bardzo ważnym wyzwaniem, na które wskazywały polskie banki, to jakby brak finalnych regulacji określających obszar jakby zrównoważonego rozwoju, czyli z jednej strony brak aktów delegowanych do taksonomii, też brak jasnych, jednoznacznych wytycznych w zakresie zarządzania ryzykiem klimatycznym, no i też brak finalnych jakby wymogów związanych z zielonymi produktami, czy też z zakresem raportowania. W takim kontekście, tutaj też w rozmowach pogłębionych, które mieliśmy z przedstawicielami respondentów, jakby banki wskazywały na takie kwestie, że ta niepewność regulacyjna bardzo ogranicza ich jakby możliwość, inicjatywę na przykład w kształtowaniu zielonej oferty produktowej, no bo z jednej strony nie jest dodefiniowane, co można nazwać zielonym produktem kredytowym na przykład, no a z drugiej strony cały czas z tyłu głowy mają jakby ryzyko greenwashingu, tak? Czyli bycie posądzonym, jak tutaj na poprzednim nawet wykładzie, jeden z funduszy na przykład inwestycyjnych został oskarżony o greenwashing w związku z emisją pewnego instrumentu finansowego. No i często jest tak, że to posądzenie o greenwashing to nie jest czyjaś zła wola, ale po prostu brak tej pewności prawnej w tym zakresie. Na to wszystko oczywiście można sobie nałożyć taki szerszy kontekst w ogóle obciążenia regulacyjnego banków funkcjonujących w Polsce, również tego obciążenia, które zaczyna narastać w obszarze zrównoważonego finansowania. No i jakby w świetle tego obciążenia pytanie o konkurencyjność polskich banków, o to, czy one będą w stanie w tym otoczeniu regulacyjnym przygotować rentowne produkty zabezpieczające z jednej strony tą zieloną transformację, ale z drugiej strony swoją rentowność i zabezpieczające się też przed ryzykiem greenwashingu. Natomiast ta ilość regulacji i ta niepewność prawna niejako spycha tutaj polski sektor bankowy bardziej do takich dyskusji compliance'owych, zamiast jakby pozostawić tutaj duże pole do dyskusji biznesowych. Bo jeżeli rozmawiamy tutaj z naszymi współpracownikami, na przykład ze Stanów Zjednoczonych, no to tam głównym tematem, jaki jest poruszany przy okazji zrównoważonego rozwoju, zrównoważonych finansów, jest business case tak naprawdę, że to jest doskonała szansa biznesowa, doskonała szansa do rozwoju instytucji i finansowania. Natomiast tutaj w rozmowie z lokalnymi jakby przedstawicielami, no to nastawienie takie jest bardziej jednak compliance'owe, żeby spełnić regulacje, żeby nie dostać kary, żeby być compliant. Bardzo dziękuję za możliwość wystąpienia dzisiejszego. Gorąco zachęcam do zapoznania się z naszym raportem, który jest dostępny na stronie internetowej, też na naszych profilach LinkedInowych. Jest link do tego raportu. Bardzo ciekawych, wiele innych informacji również, jak wygląda sytuacja polskiego sektora bankowego, jak mierzy się z wyzwaniami związanymi z zielonym finansowaniem. Dziękuję bardzo.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Szanowni Państwo, a teraz zielone finanse po polsku w perspektywie Związku Banków Polskich. Pan dyrektor Norbert Jeziolowicz.
Będę miał ten przekładacz. Dziękuję pięknie.
Dzień dobry Państwu, bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie na dzisiejszą konferencję i za możliwość przekazania doświadczeń Związku Banków Polskich dotyczących zrównoważonego finansowania, bo my rzeczywiście, wydaje mi się, że robimy bardzo dużo w tym zakresie, szczególnie jeśli by nas porównać ze związkami banków, powiedzmy z naszego regionu Unii Europejskiej. Ja rozmawiałem z panią Dorotą wcześniej, zanim zaczęliśmy tutaj występować i pozwoliłem sobie tak zażartować, że pani Dorota ma bardzo fajną, taką trochę optymistyczną prezentację. Ja będę głównie zrzędził i taka jest brutalna prawda, że będę głównie zrzędził, ale to wynika też trochę z tego, że jeżeli banki się spotykają na forum różnych gremiów, które działają w Związku Banków Polskich, no to podobnie jak w każdym innym związku banków, czy w każdej innej tam izbie gospodarczej, no to dyskutuje się głównie nie o rzeczach, które są lekkie, łatwe i przyjemne, czy o sukcesach, tylko tak naprawdę dyskutuje się o problemach, tak? Albo o barierach, które trzeba rozwiązać, tak? Albo o zmianach legislacyjnych, które są niezbędne. Więc tak naprawdę te nasze prace prowadzone są w ten sposób, że staramy się jakoś rozwiązywać problemy, w związku z czym główne rzeczy, o których mówimy, to nie to, że trzeba, nie wiem, chronić środowisko, że trzeba dbać o pracowników, że trzeba dbać o lokalne społeczności, bo jakby to jest jasne i to wszyscy wiedzą, tylko dyskutujemy o kwestiach, które nam w tym przeszkadzają. I pozwólcie Państwo, że kilka takich zdań ogólnych. W ogóle to jest tak trochę tak, że to, o czym teraz powiem, to będzie jakby nie tylko opinia sektora bankowego, ale podobne doświadczenia mają też inne sektory, inne elementy sektora finansowego, to znaczy są takie projekty, które organizujemy wspólnie z innymi izbami gospodarczymi. Ja wiem, że tutaj są dzisiaj na sali jest przynajmniej jeden kolega z Polskiej Izby Ubezpieczeń, z którym też mam przyjemność współpracować. Witam Cię, Pawle, jeszcze raz. Ale współpracujemy też z Izbą Zarządzających Funduszami i Aktywami, Stowarzyszeniem Emitentów Giełdowych, z Izbą Domów Maklerskich i staramy się wspólnie rozwiązywać problemy, które mamy. Ale żeby tak zacząć jakby tak bardziej ogólnie od początku, to jest tak oczywiście, że ta legislacja, głównie unijna, ale też polska, która do nas przychodzi, dotyczy szeroko kwestii ESG, ona oczywiście nakłada się na pewne standardy, które już istniały, takie bardzo globalne. Tak? Znaczy to nie jest tak, że jakby z taksonomią zaczęły się tworzyć dopiero standardy dotyczące raportowania kwestii dotyczących ochrony środowiska społecznych czy corporate governance, one istniały już wcześniej, na przykład przy GRI, GHG protokol i innych takich obowiązkach, które także polskie banki przyjmowały i publikowały sprawozdania już wcześniej. Przynajmniej te banki, powiedzmy największe, jak się składa, że u nas największe banki to są jednocześnie banki notowane na giełdzie papierów wartościowych. Więc to się wszystko już dzieje i tak naprawdę polskie banki zostały też postawione w takiej sytuacji, że musiały bardzo szybko nabywać nowych informacji, żeby wykonać te wszystkie zobowiązania, które zostają nakładane przez nową legislację. I ten proces następuje bardzo szybko. I na dodatek ten proces następuje w ten sposób, że ta legislacja nie jest skończona. Tak? To znaczy, jakbyśmy teraz robili tak naprawdę jakieś webinarium szczegółowe jak na temat obowiązków raportowych, to w ramach tych obowiązków raportowych jest wiele obszarów, które są taką białą plamą i w zasadzie nadal wiele nie wiadomo. Chociaż też, żeby było jasne, sprawozdania są już przygotowywane. Tak? To znaczy polskie banki, te giełdowe, przynajmniej każdy przygotował sprawozdanie, które tam było opublikowane pewnie do końca marca, o swoim portfelu klientowskim według danych za 2021. Tak? To są publicznie dostępne kwestie. Te raporty są różne z wielu względów, także dlatego, że banki mają różnych klientów. I to tak na przykład zależy od tego, czy bank ma w swoim portfelu na przykład kredytowym dużo przedsiębiorstw z pierwszej setki największych polskich firm. Też warto, oczywiście o tym mówiła częściowo też pani Dorota, poza tym, że banki starają się wykonać jak najlepiej te obowiązki legislacyjne, to także prowadzą wiele różnych własnych projektów, gdzie starają się stymulować zachowania swoich klientów w ten sposób, żeby wybierali oni takie zielone technologie, tak, żeby starali się, że banki starają się wspierać, kredytując przedsięwzięcia, które mają pozytywny wpływ na klimat. To robiły już wcześniej, przed taksonomią, tak, niezależnie od tej całej nowej legislacji. I teraz tak, ta nowa legislacja to jest oczywiście cały czas olbrzymi problem jej braku precyzji przepisów. Tak? Znaczy, jakby tak, nie wiem, zsumować liczbę godzin, które musieliśmy przedyskutować, żeby dopracować się jakichś wyjaśnień interpretacyjnych, czy próbować ujednolicić stanowisko, co rozumiemy pod różnymi przepisami, tak na przykład także pod tym słynnym artykułem 8 taksonomii, który dotyczy banków, to naprawdę i nie wiem, chciałem powiedzieć na sali, ale oczywiście to najczęściej spotkania są online, tak? Ile osób, ile roboczo godzin zeszło nam wszystkim na wypracowywaniu jakichś standardów, bo najczęściej się tego dopracowujemy, nawet na podstawie projektów dokumentów, a nie finalnych dokumentów, ale staramy się naszych członków też wspierać. Oczywiście to jest też multiplikowane w ten sposób, że jak rozmawiamy w gronie izb gospodarczych, a takie wspólne standardy też wydawaliśmy, to ta liczba godzin się jakby powiększa i to jest naprawdę bardzo dużo problemów z tego wynikających. A kolejna kwestia, która też jest tutaj nowa i oczywiście musimy się wszyscy z nią mierzyć, to znaczy, że tak naprawdę przynajmniej jeśli chodzi o tą część dotyczącą ochrony środowiska, to musimy się, to jakby zaczynamy tą naukę od początku, tak? To znaczy nie ma, to nie jest tak, że możemy się, nie wiem, od banków matek na przykład, tak, czy od innych krajów europejskich czegoś nauczyć, bo tak naprawdę wszyscy jesteśmy pionierami zupełnie od początku. I nawet taki bank jak polski, jak Bank Ochrony Środowiska, tak, który od 30 lat zajmuje się wspieraniem ochrony środowiska, też obsługując różnego rodzaju programy rządowe czy programy publiczne, które współfinansowania czy dofinansowywania różnego rodzaju tam inicjatyw takich zmierzających do ochrony środowiska, które ma unikalne doświadczenie w skali naszego kraju w tym zakresie i kwestie dotyczące ochrony środowiska, których się uczył przez te 30 lat, to ma naprawdę świetną ekspertyzę, tak? Koleżanki i koledzy z tego banku i tak muszą się jakby usiąść z nami przy jednym stole i uczyć się tego wszystkiego od początku, ponieważ to, czego się nauczyli do tej pory, tak naprawdę nie bardzo pasuje do nowych realiów i do nowych przepisów. I to jest też niewątpliwie coś, co powoduje problemy, aczkolwiek no, daje to, jakby to powiedzieć, to miłe uczucie, że się odkrywa pewne rzeczy na nowo, tak? Więc to może być też odbierane w ten sposób. Z punktu widzenia bankowego czy z punktu widzenia instytucji finansowych oczywiście problem też polega na tym, że ta nowa legislacja, ona jest taka bardzo rozczłonkowana, tak? To znaczy nie mówimy tylko o SFDR i taksonomii, ale mówimy o całej masie różnego rodzaju nowych aktów prawnych dotyczących kwestii szczegółowych lub też uzupełnień do już istniejących aktów prawnych, takich jak, nie wiem, CRR czy MiFID, które są jakby teraz dodawane i proszę mi wierzyć, myślę, że to jest w ogóle niemożliwe, żeby w takiej instytucji, która prowadzi tak różne rodzaje działalności jak bank, to samo zresztą też dotyczy związku, tak? To znaczy tak naprawdę praca nad wdrożeniem tego nie odbywa się na forum jednego gremium, tylko na forum kilkunastu czy kilkudziesięciu gremiów, które dyskutują o kwestiach szczegółowych. Może być gdzieś oczywiście gremium koordynujące, gdzie ta wiedza się spotyka, tak żeby przynajmniej wiedzieć, co się dzieje. Natomiast ja w związku zajmuję się kilkoma aspektami ESG, które dotyczą kwestii, którymi zajmowałem się wcześniej jakby w kontekście tylko i wyłącznie biznesowym czy finansowym. Natomiast tak naprawdę mamy nawet z grup, które mój zespół obsługuje, z grup roboczych mamy kilka, które zajmują się różnymi zupełnie kwestiami. Co ta sytuacja powoduje? Oczywiście coś takiego u mnie, u nas, u koleżanek i kolegów z banków, że jakby nie mamy oszałamiającego wrażenia, że produkcja tejżeż legislacji jest mocno skoordynowana, tak? Znaczy to jest tak, że te akty prawne wychodzą z różnych dyrekcji generalnych, z różnych unitów i one nie do końca do siebie pasują, tak? I mamy wrażenie, że one nie do końca, każda z nich z osobna jest słuszna, natomiast ich publikacja jest robiona w taki sposób, że to wdrożenie de facto robi się dużo trudniejsze. Tutaj w ostatnim punkcie jest przykład takiego trochę nieskoordynowania definicji instrumentów finansowych pomiędzy projektem dyrektywy SFDR a dyrektywą MiFID II. Tak? Dyrektywa MiFID II to jest taki akt prawny, który już raz parę lat temu przeorał rynek finansowy w całej Unii Europejskiej. Wszystkie instytucje finansowe obowiązane i nadzorowane się do tego przyzwyczaiły, mają jakoś podzielone te instrumenty finansowe. I najprościej oczywiście byłoby wdrażać ESG i używać definicji, które już są w tym MiFIDzie, bo inaczej musimy się wszystkiego uczyć od początku i co tu dużo mówić. Tutaj pani Dorota już o tym mówiła, o tych zarzutach dotyczących greenwashingu. W takich warunkach wdrażania łatwo popełnić też błąd. Tak? To nie chodzi o nic intencjonalnego, no ale całkiem zwyczajnie przy braku tak naprawdę wsparcia też europejskich organów nadzoru, Komisji Europejskiej, bo o tym też będzie na następnym slajdzie, można niechcący taki błąd popełnić, ponieważ gdzieś tam na koniec dnia musimy podjąć jakąś arbitralną decyzję, w sumie nie mając żadnych przesłanek ani punktów do odniesienia w historii. I to jest taki slajd, który pokazuje taki pewnie generalny problem, jaki my mamy na rynku finansowym, nie tylko polskim, ponieważ on pokazuje, jakby to powiedzieć, taki trochę project management, jeśli chodzi o legislację ESG, który nie wyszedł na poziomie unijnym. Tak? Znaczy, mamy do czynienia z taką sytuacją dość powszechną, że najpierw podaje się termin, w którym instytucje finansowe mają dokonać jakiegoś raportowania, a dopiero później, i ten termin jest jakby ustalony w sposób taki zafiksowany, bo jest to jakaś na przykład dyrektywa, tylko że za tą dyrektywą miały iść akty delegowane, techniczne standardy, jakiekolwiek inne dokumenty, które wskażą, jak to raportowanie ma być robione. No tylko, że one albo, że użyję slangowego, ale ostatnio modnego słowa, albo nie są dowożone na czas, tak, albo w ogóle są dowożone po terminie. I tu jest taka krótka, bo można by było tych przykładów znaleźć więcej. Lista takich aktów delegowanych, które całkiem zwyczajnie nie były znane, albo jeżeli Państwo wezmą pod uwagę to, że instytucje finansowe mają coś raportować od 1 stycznia 2002 roku na podstawie danych za 2021, które nie było zbiorą od swoich klientów, tak? Bo to jest to główne wyzwanie, że banki, nie wiem, fundusze inwestycyjne, znaczy zaraportować za siebie to jest prosto, tylko musimy zebrać jeszcze dane od milionów klientów. Albo przynajmniej wiedzieć, przyjąć jakieś uproszczenia, ale wiedzieć, jacy to są klienci i jakie to mają być uproszczenia i co mamy raportować. I jeżeli mamy taką sytuację, że coś, co obowiązuje od 1 stycznia na podstawie danych za rok poprzedni jest publikowane 9 czy 10 grudnia, no to jakby to powiedzieć, nie łudźcie się Państwo i myślę, że nikt nie powinien się łudzić, że jakakolwiek instytucja finansowa w Europie była w stanie to jeszcze wdrożyć swoje systemy elektroniczne, bo nikt tego nie robi przecież na papierze. Tak, znaczy sprawdzanie w skali Europy milionów klientów nie odbywa się w ten sposób, że ktoś czyta papierowe sprawozdania. Więc znaczy wdrożenie tego, w zasadzie można było tego nie publikować, bo to już i tak nic nie zmieniło. Tutaj są jeszcze kolejne oczywiście inne przykłady. Cały czas brakuje nam kilku dyrektyw, cały czas Teraz dopiero ten ESAP to jest European Single Access Point, czyli takie jedno miejsce porównywalne, nie wiem, z polskim systemem ESPI, gdzie można znaleźć wszystkie dane o spółkach, które są zobowiązane do raportowania. Tak? One raportują i instytucje uprawnione do tego jakby sprawdzają, mogą każdego klienta w całej Europie sprawdzić. I to jest bardzo fajny pomysł, tylko że najpierw wprowadzono legislację, czy wprowadza się legislację, bo ona nie jest całkowicie wprowadzona, o raportowaniu, a dopiero kilka lat później będzie stworzony European Single Access Point, z tego te dane można pozyskać. Czyli tak naprawdę teraz wszyscy w całej Europie na rynku finansowym głównie szukają źródeł danych, o czym zresztą będzie kolejny slajd. Brak wytycznych ESMY to też jest taka rzecz dotyczących product governance, to też jest taka rzecz ostatnia i teraz już ostatni slajd, zaraz kończę. Tak, znaczy to główny problem, jaki mamy i to problem ten mają wszyscy, którzy chcą w sposób uczciwy i poważny wykonywać zobowiązania informacyjne, to jest brak dostępu do danych. W większości krajów europejskich, w tym w Polsce, cały czas na przykład nie ma opublikowanych oficjalnych takich list przedsiębiorstw, które są zobowiązane do raportowania. Tak? No bo w sumie jakim cudem bank może, czy jakakolwiek inna instytucja sprawdzać klientów, wymagać od nich danych na temat tego, czy oni są zobowiązani do raportowania. Zresztą nie wszyscy zobowiązani muszą od razu raportować, więc to nie jest tego tak, że będziemy oglądali raporty. Prowadziliśmy rozmowy z pewną fundacją, w Polsce, która taką listę kompleksową chce przygotować, bo tu nie chodzi, znaczy jeśli mówimy o spółkach giełdowych jest zapewne łatwiej, ale tutaj nie chodzi tylko i wyłącznie o spółki giełdowe i to jest pewien problem. Klienci oczywiście też nasi nie są przygotowani jeszcze, bo ten system cały czas się tworzy do tego, żeby oni mogli zbierać dane, które następnie będą mogli dostarczać bankom i innym instytucjom finansowym. Tak, no bo jeżeli mówimy, że coś ma być opublikowane na podstawie danych za, nie wiem, 2021 czy 2022, to w idealnym świecie, w którym jakby zarządzanie tą legislacją jest zrobione w sposób odpowiedzialny, no to nasi klienci muszą na początku roku wiedzieć, jakie dane mają przez cały rok zbierać. Tak? To nie są dane, które się będzie zbierało raz w Sylwestra po południu i się wtedy stworzy ten system. Kolejne problemy to jest oczywiście pewnie już bardziej na naszym rynku brak standaryzacji tych danych, jak takie świadectwa energetyczne, efektywności energetycznej budynków. To jest dość ważne z punktu widzenia kredytowania hipotecznego, detalicznego, ale wbrew pozorom także inwestycji korporacyjnych w tym zakresie. No i to, że cały czas szukamy możliwości, ona się pewnie nie zdarzy przed tym European Single Access Point, żeby stworzyć taką jedną platformę, na której będzie możliwe znalezienie wszystkich danych, które są niezbędne do stworzenia raportu banku na temat jego wpływu na klimat i wpływu jego klientów na klimat. I to już jest ostatni slajd, także mam nadzieję, że za długo nie przeciągnąłem. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much.
I przepraszam za...
Norbert Jeżolowicz of ZPP, thank you for sharing the challenges that the banking sector in Poland is also facing as it moves towards sustainable finance. And we will come to our first panel before the next networking break. This is the panel on sustainable finance in Switzerland and Poland. And I have the pleasure to ask our moderator to join us on stage. That's Dr. Tomasz Orpiszewski of the Zurich University of Applied Sciences. Thomas, I invite you to introduce your panelists right away. Welcome. Thank you.
Dear guests, dear organizers, thank you for hosting this panel and at this beautiful venue and highly symbolic to the Polish economy over the last 30 years. I'm very happy to host the panel on sustainable finance and have a constructive discussion how we can gradually transform the financial assets and financial industry into something that is greener, better managed, and more sustainable. So let me begin by introducing the panelists. I will put myself perhaps here in the middle. Let me begin with Mrs. Joanna Smolik, who is Director of Strategic Relations Department at the Polish Development Bank, BGK, and who is responsible for such important questions as energy security and beyond. The next speaker is Mr. Tomasz Wiśniewski, who is the Director of Information Products and who develops indices at this very venue at the Polish Stock Exchange and has been very successful in setting up a number of products and indices that investors can use. Then we have Mrs. Dr. Katarzyna Wilk, who is the founder and the president of a Swiss Impact Lead Foundation that supports companies and education with regard to impact. And our next guest is Piotr Augustyniak, who is a highly successful lawyer that brings together Polish and Swiss businesses in advising them with legal and tax issues over time. And finally, we have Dr. Jochen Dürr, who is the Chief Risk Officer at SIX, the main Swiss stock exchange and information provider, and who is responsible for not only the risk side, but he's also very knowledgeable about ESG products and indices. So, ladies and gentlemen, to give you an idea, today we are supposed to have a constructive discussion about the future of sustainable finance, both in Switzerland and in Poland, and how we can, over time, bring together people from banks, stock exchanges, impact investors, and the legal side to make the world a better place. So, I think we can slowly sit down.
Sure.
It is going to be quite a hasty chase. We are going to have a lot of questions to this highly heterogeneous panel. And let me begin with Mrs. Smolik. Now, your bank has embraced a new strategy in terms of sustainability, and you have committed to several environmental and social goals. Can you provide examples on how do you think you can implement this over time, and where do you see the future of sustainability at your bank?
Yes, thank you for the question, and thank you for the invitation. BGK indeed implemented a new strategy which will cover the years 2020-2025, and our mission is to improve the sustainable development, social and economic development of Poland, and to enhance, let's say. According to your question, I would say in that way that Polish Development Bank, BGK as a Polish Development Bank, is always committed to provide the financing which aims at the sustainable development, and we prevail the financings which focuses more on social development and environmental development. So I would say that the BGK never accepts any financing only for the sake of the profit for the bank. The prevailing value for us is the improvement of the social and environmental aspects of the Polish economy. So don't get me wrong; it is not in that way that we do any transactions regarding the profit for the BGK. But this is not the prevailing impact which we take into account when we assess any financing or any banking product. This is the first. And to put it in the formal framework, we developed the ESG strategy, and we developed the ESG questionnaire and ESG rating, which will be fully implemented in 2023. So for the time being, we have implemented the let's say initial questionnaire, which helped us to let's say, understand the ESG maturity of our clients, and later on the basis of this questionnaire and the results of this questionnaire, we will develop the risk measures concerning ESG. So concluding for us, what it is crucial is that every financing we grant, every product we implement on the market has the main objective, so as to have a positive impact on social and environmental development of the Polish economy. And on top of that, we will put it in the legal and ESG framework, which we are obliged to as every bank in European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Dr. Wiśniewski, you're in charge of developing new products and indices here at the Warsaw Stock Exchange. As we all know, ESG investing has become the new norm by law in the European Union, by the introduction of so-called EU taxonomy. And the question is, what can the exchange do to support the investors? And where do you see the role of the exchange and potentially perhaps new products or trends?
Thank you for this question. I would like to add that I'm also responsible for creation ESG strategy for Polish capital market, and one of my role is contact between companies and investors. And my opinion based about this discussion between these two sides. And I think that role of exchanges on green economy transition should focus on two pillars. Firstly, exchanges as a trading venue should create bridges between investors and issuers. Currently, many companies are publishing non-financial reports with different standards, GRI, SASB, and TCFD, which was mentioned before. But very often, data which is available in this non-financial report are not useful from perspective of investors. Why? Because investors need very specific information in process of investment, in taking the decision, buy or sell. And our role focus on preparing dedicated document which called ESG guidelines. And this document was prepared in discussion between issuers and investors. And we ask investors which data from non-financial perspective you need, which is very important from investment perspective. And as the result of this discussion, we created the document which is indicated different important indicators. If the company will prepare a non-financial report which will cover these indicators, then this information will be useful, and that will be a very, very good job. Secondly, exchanges as public listed companies are especially a benchmark for other public or non-public companies. Why? Because exchanges can also publish own non-financial report with different standard and with different proposal. We, as the Warsaw Stock Exchange, are of course also public listed company, and at the end of the previous year, Warsaw Stock Exchange Capital Group published first ESG strategy according to SDGs, and this report was according to GRI standard. And we hope this will be very good inspiration for companies which are looking for how to spend the investor needs.
Thank you. So we had the perspective of liquid assets that are traded here at the stock exchange. Now moving to more private projects, so private assets. Dr. Wilk, you are specialized in impact investing, and we know this has been a trend that established itself as one of main sustainable investing strategies, and it has been gaining ground over time. Now, to being successful in impact investing, we need proper impact measurement. And what is your view on that, and how can you compare Poland and Switzerland with that regard?
Thank you so much for the question. I would say that what we are observing right now on the market is the paradigm shift. So oftentimes we no longer talk about sustainable finance, instead we talk about impact finance. And therefore the impact investing strategy is becoming one of the, or it's becoming the most popular strategy among all available sustainable investing approaches. It is also, and I would like to emphasize that it is also the most reliable strategy, given the fact that it is not sufficiently enough to declare that we are going to achieve an impact. We have to prove that. We have to prove that with the right impact measurement, impact assessment, and for that purpose we need data that is valid, that is credible, reliable, and data that is comparable across time. We need to show the difference that the investment cost, the positive impact that the investment cost or influence either on the socio-environmental dimension or socio-economic dimension. So the impact, the positive impact that we are going to achieve has to be significant, meaningful, and has to be also measurable, and has to really respond to real socio-environmental needs of contemporary societies. As to measurement itself, I think there is a lot of debate right now ongoing with this regard. All we need in the financial sector is already in the science, in the field called sustainable development. There are multitudes of different sustainability advanced analysis, impact assessment, impact measurement is there. So the challenge is to bring all of that to the financial sector in a credible way. But I think the biggest challenge is to gain so-called a common agreement of the financial sector as to the standard or set of standards that we would like to follow and comply with. And for that, we need also a bit of a change of attitudes and behaviors, and we need also perhaps campaigns raising awareness and educational programs.
Thank you.
Poland and Switzerland, there was also a question.
Yes.
So Poland, in Poland, the market is signaling some interest in impact investing, in impact products such as impact startups, ventures, impact funds. The Swiss market is very much advanced with this regard, so the market is, the offering of the market is very complex and very diversified, and also the awareness is of the concept and how to apply it is very much advanced.
Thank you. I think that I fully agree with you. In Switzerland, the market for impact funds is already developed. There are several established players. However, here in Switzerland, we have a lot of interesting investment targets that you can look at, and companies that bring both technology and experience to actually have an impact on the ground. Now we move to the legal side. Piotr Augustyniak has not only been successful in advising companies on transactions and tax advisory, both from Poland, Swiss, and on international scene, but he has also gathered years of experience in wealth management. Now, when you speak with companies or private wealth clients, what do you recommend them in terms of sustainability?
Thank you for this question, Tomasz. I think that from the Swiss perspective, as anybody from here already said, we have the access to enormous amount of data about ESG, and Swiss government also puts a big and important point on that, saying we should be sustainable. It's sometimes even said we should be Swiss-tainable. So from the Swiss perspective, it's a perfect place to show also to the Polish clients how important this ESG approach may be. However, I'm afraid that we are at the beginning of the road. It's not like, the target as such. Investors always look for the value proposition and the return. So as long as we may find and see the correlation between the sustainable finance and ESG investment, then we are able to advise and show some interesting targets or instruments. In my opinion, Polish clients right now can divide in few groups. Curious ones who simply want to know more about this pretty new approach. Some of them are very aware of the importance of green financing, and some of them are simply focused on the return, and they simply react in a certain point of time. I will give you the example from, let's say, alternative markets like diamonds. As we are in very turbulent times right now, I see higher demand on alternatives like diamonds. Due to the war in Ukraine, one of the biggest producers is banned, like under the sanctions. So the others see the increased interest in purchase of diamonds. On the other hand side, they try to show how sustainable they are, what is the way they get the diamonds in a very, very human way. But I'm afraid that for the clients, it's not the key factor if they purchase. They simply want to best stones, easily accessible, even sometimes in physical to get and keep. So, as I said, in my opinion, it's a proper path, but we are only at the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's very interesting. And you mentioned a very important aspect. So we have a side of a positive risk and return criteria, and at the same time bringing it together with sustainability. And the example you mentioned from the diamond market is actually very representative, because it was one of the first markets in the commodity space that has actually come up with responsible mining initiatives. So now when you're buying diamonds for a wedding ring or something else, you can actually choose between one that is extracted from a responsible mine or irresponsible mine. And I guess I hope you choose the one from a responsible one.
Right.
So now we move back again to liquid assets. And Dr. Dürr here has actually great experience in terms of ESG products, so implementing the ESG data to new products and indices. And now, where do you see the future of ESG products? So what the investors ask about, and where do you see the potential challenges?
Yeah, thank you for having me here, and thank you also for that question. First of all, a lot has been said already this morning, to which I agree. I mean, just the one number that Mr. Flückinger put in the room, 2,000 billion of investment in 2022 in Switzerland alone in ESG. If we bring that into comparison to 2021, this is a 30% increase, in ESG investment. So I think it's clear the topic is here to stay, And I see this in Switzerland, where there's our headquarters, but also in the European Union, Spain, where we operate another large stock exchange with similar, requirements of the investors, in that sense. Now, that comes with a difficulty. First of all, obviously, as an FMI like SIX is, for banks, these players are needed in order to not only fund ESG compliant companies, ESG compliance, but also effectively enable the transition to a better world in that sense. So this is clearly the need as stock exchanges. Raising of capital, is the key topic, or the key mission of any stock exchange. But here comes the difficulty, and was also mentioned in a couple of sessions before, how to exclude non-ESG compliance, how to determine in what types of assets, segments, companies to invest. And we see in SIX, one of the biggest difficulties in that sense, really the availability of comparable data. So what is actually the data you can rely on, the data you as an investor can source in order to understand that this is a field in which you shall invest, including for us when it comes to established ESG indices. So we started with that in the Nordics in 2014, the first ESG index, which was basically then in the Eurozone. We have last year raised the first ESG index in Switzerland with something like, I guess, 7 billion of assets under management, so a huge figure, but also for us the difficulty to get to data for our own indices, but also as we are a data provider to provide the relevant data to our customers. Yeah? So this comparability, we've heard that before, but I can echo that notion. The comparability of data, of objective data, is a challenge. Yeah? And if I compare that a little bit to the traditional risk management world, yeah, in which also I grew up, yeah, working for financial institutions, for example, yeah, it's not so dissimilar from credit data, credit ratings. Yeah? If you relied before the 2008 financial crisis on the established rating providers, yeah, you might be horribly wrong, yeah, in your investment decision, which you realized ex post because data were lagging. Yeah? So what is for me the implication? I think the industry, investors in particular, need to complement quantitative ratings that exist in the ESG world with suitable qualitative criteria. Or in other words, even early warning indicators, so coming back to the analogy of credit, yeah, that help you as an investor to determine what is the trend. Yeah? Whilst it's very difficult to compare objectively, yeah, ESG data, I think it's very important if you look at a company, what is the trend that this company, the journey that this company undertakes in order to get better? Do they get better or do they deteriorate in the ambition, the objective to become more ESG compliant, to make this a better world?
Okay, that's a very insightful response. I fully agree with you. The lack of agreement on what data to use and how to use it remains a problem. This has been pointed out, for example, by researchers from the MIT and University of Zurich, by Florian Berg and Julian Kulbel, who have shown that for one single company, you can have one rating that is very low and another rating that is very high.
Absolutely.
And this is very confusing to investors, right?
Absolutely.
And it leads to completely different investment allocation and investment decisions. So with this, we have to be careful and we have to rely on the experience of people who actually made products out of this and who have been through the process. So we value this very much. Thank you. And we slowly move to the next questions. I would like to urge the panelists to speed up a bit because we're slowly running out of time. Nevertheless, we don't want to lose too much content. Now, Mrs. Smolik, you have been in charge of strategic clients at your bank, and the question is, where do you see this transformation? Should we just divest from all the low ESG assets, or can we provide some ideas for engagement? And what has been your experience on, getting on this sustainability path?
Yes, so to my mind, the key to success is the transformation finance, not the. It is when we're talking about the economy transformation process. In my case, I'm very interested in the energy market. So I will link a little bit more to the energy market. When we talk about the energy transformation process, this is not something which can be done overnight. So what I would recommend for every financial institution is to implement in the organization the transition finance. So this is, let's say, getting rid of all the let's say coal assets out of the balance sheet of the financial institutions is counterproductive because we cannot get rid of all the coal fired assets at once from our energy mix. So this is not the black and white situation, or maybe I should say the black and green situation. And what we need is the clear and ambitious way to transform. We need to establish the framework, the time framework for this transformation, and get the consensus among the investors and the financial institutions that these goals, that this framework is sufficiently ambitious, and this let's say agreement should be financeable. Yes, should be ready to get the financing. So as I said previously, I think that that getting rid of all non-ESG assets is counterproductive because when we face the situation that there is no financial institutions, I don't mean only the banks, but also the insurance company and investment funds, which are eager to finance the transformation. They only want what they perceive is the very end of this process, and they want to be in the final stage of this process now, and this is not possible. So the key to the transformation is the consensus on the time framework and the goals of this transformation. And this is my opinion, and I believe it could work because financing the infrastructure. This is not the fast-moving consumer goods. You cannot shift from one strategy to another strategy on a nearly daily basis. What you have to adopt is to adopt the long-term strategy, and this is something what every financial institution should have in its mind, and will be ready to finance such a way. And I have one example. For example, for the time being, we have the energy crisis on the Polish market, and which is especially painful for the heating industry. And so in my opinion, for example, the role of the BGK as a Polish development bank is not only to perceive the long-term goals or the middle-term goals, but we need to also see the short-term goals. So, for example, what we need to do for the time being is to provide financing so as to be able for the heating companies to buy fuel and to provide the municipality with heat. Which is, from the social point of view, very crucial thing for the time being. Yes. So what we have to keep in mind is not only the long-term strategy, but also the short-term strategy, which is also very important in terms of transformation. This is something which is complementary to the transformation process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move on to Dr. Wiśniewski. So you have, your companies that you host here at the stock exchange, and you also know the topic of sustainability very well. Now, do you think some of the companies can only be pretending to be sustainable, while in reality they are not? Is there any chance that there is some greenwashing that you have spotted, and is it possible to spot it?
The greenwashing is a hot topic now, and probably if we will organize different panel, and we can discuss about the greenwashing how today. But we have limits to discussion, especially during this panel. And I want to share with you two ideas. I can share divide the presence with the futures. And now I think we have the self-regulated age. What does mean? Before we heard that there are a few different indicators important. From my point of view and from perspective of greenwashing, the key are transparency and range of data. Of course, also the data should be comparable, but the crucial are information which are delivered by companies. For example, if the company is not sharing some important indicators, is not added in the financial report, then according to our discussion with investors, they are treating this situation by a, let's say, red flag. And what that means from perspective of investment process? The company is excluded from investment portfolio, and I think this is the crucial from perspective of company if it's excluded from investment portfolio. But I hope that the situation will change in the future and new EU regulation, CSRD directive, it will be something like a game changer. Why? Because this regulation which will focus on two important points. Firstly, our non-financial report, which will be prepared in according to CSRD, should be verified by independent auditor. And it will be very important in process of checking the data. And secondly, we have to remember also by a very important point, the data will be prepared in machine-readable format, inline XBRL. That will be very helpful from perspective of ESAP, which was mentioned before. But if you have the comparable data, very easy processed by computers, then it will be very easy to find the conclusion.
So the quality of data and well-audited data is the key. Thank you. Dr. Wilk, given your experience in impact investing, how do you think we can ensure that it prevails and actually develops on Polish and Swiss markets? And what are the challenges that we currently have?
I would say that the challenges that we are facing and the factors that can affect the trend, impact investing trend, which is a part of a big and global trend called sustainable finance, are exactly the same in all the countries. So Poland and Switzerland are no exceptions with this regard. To ensure that this trend will continue and will accelerate even further, we need certainly better regulations. We need also policies that at the organizational level, better coverage of the regulations, either at the country level, if we talk about, for instance, Switzerland and other countries, or at the regional level, which would be the EU. We also need educational programs that are very much practically oriented, that enable students and current professionals who would like to increase their qualifications to verify data, to verify products and services, so-called sustainable or impact products, to be able to critically assess again, data, to analyze data, to interpret it correctly and draw conclusions and recommendations for the clients. So, and also to design strategies and to implement strategies. So everything that is actually practically oriented, we need within the education, within also the trainings that we are providing. And the third, I would say, factor for me, sustainable finance, including impact investing, is a collaborative effort. So we need, of course, a better collaboration in between different actors, policymakers, academia, research institutes, practitioners, the financial sector, and educators as well. And there are, of course, multiple examples of excellent initiatives, such as Building Bridges in Switzerland, that is aiming at building bridges in between those actors and to enable better communication and learning from each other. There are also examples of excellent initiatives overseas in the US. Columbia University, Harvard, and Yale do have research initiatives, sustainable finance research initiatives that are developing very well right now. And ultimately, I would say, and probably this is the key, we need to prove that the sustainable finance or impact investing is not just a story that we are keep telling, that we bring tangible results, that we bring a positive change to, and we respond to real challenges that we face globally and regionally right now. We have to prove that.
I think you're completely right. There are so many actually highly successful impact funds that operate either in developed markets or in emerging markets, and they bring together actual impact on the ground where they make people's lives easier. Entire communities have been actually taken out of problems with water or poverty. In other countries, they have provided new access to electricity or sanitation, and at the same time, this has been shown as a highly effective and high return investment strategy. So this really combines, but the problem is the lack of education and lack of data. So this is what we need to work on. Now, Piotr Augustyniak, you know very well the tax and regulations around investments. What do you think are the potential levers that we can apply to push the clients towards more sustainable products?
Yes, I think that the proper tax environment, I mean tax incentives, new taxes, and clear and stable way to get it, it's pretty important. As from the investor's perspective, we always take a look on the net result, and from the gross result to the net result, in between we have taxation. So this is the moment, as Kasia said, for collaboration. So the design of the new tax environment requires the collaboration of many actors, because in one way we may go to the increase of the tax burden, like carbon taxation. In the other way, we can find a proper plot of tax incentives, IP boxes, R&D, special regimes, which may result in a better valuation of companies which care. That's my point.
Okay, thank you for being concise. This helps. So we now move to Dr. Jochen Dürr. Now, in terms of being specific on what data can be used, what do you think would be the most important metrics that investors should follow, and why? So what is the key things to follow in sustainable finance?
That's a tricky question, and especially
I know.
in my role, I'm not supposed to give investment advice, nor could I do. But also building upon what Thomas said before, and challenges we heard in the previous session around what I consider an level playing field coming from regulation around transparency of data. Yeah. Generally, I would say if I were an investor and were to select ESG compatible products, I would definitely look at two sides of the coin. First, obviously, some objectivized data that come from data providers, yeah, kind of ratings, yeah, because that's what's out there. But I would definitely try to complement that with as much as possible qualitative information, sentiment analysis, etc. This is very difficult, but I would try to understand what is the trend of a company or a project, yeah, in various aspects on the way to better sustainability. Yeah? And that's obviously specific. Yeah? Every company would be different. Yeah? Reporting standards are still not aligned. Yeah? So that's a challenge that I would need to address as well. And I think investors need to address right now. But, and I come back to my previous point, I would not blindly rely on a rating or ratings because that might lead to suboptimal decisions about allocation of investments and funds.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Very, very interesting. Thank you for your insights. We can talk about further insights and further ideas and questions during a coffee break, and this is when you can get more insightful and detailed responses. Now, I'm looking at my Swiss friends, the organizers. You have to remember Swiss is, I think, the most punctual nation on the planet, so we have 1 minute left. Let me summarize this a bit, very heterogeneous panel, because we had a bank, we had 2 stock exchanges, we had the impact investor and the legal side. So this panel shows that sustainable finance, this is not a hobby, this is actually a factual change in the financial industry. Partly comes from investors, partly it comes already from the regulators, and this is on the upward trend. So this is not something we can neglect. We have to follow all the regulations throughout the economy, from small companies to large companies, what's going on, think about how to do it. And again, for this, it takes time. And will not happen overnight. This can take decades. As an example, I would like to bring up the question of energy independence. And this is where Poland can learn a lot from Switzerland. Switzerland is to 80% relies on renewable energy and is actually independent in terms of energy consumption. Why? Because 150 years ago, they decided to invest in a number of renewable energy sources such as water, and by 2010 they have reached this number. But it took a century of implementation to reach this noble goal. So I think, again, for sustainable finance, we have very prosperous decades ahead of us, and with such experts on Polish and Swiss sides, I'm sure we will reach it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear panelists, for this insightful discussion. I think we all followed you with great attention, and thank you, Tomasz, for this great moderation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having now a coffee break, 15 minutes, so we meet again at 12 for a second panel on FinTech opportunities in Poland and Switzerland. And panelists of the following panel, I would like to ask you to just approach here this table for the microphones. So see you again at 12. Thank you.
Global warming has dramatic impacts on nature and human society. Aligning financial flows with international climate goals is therefore essential. But how to tell if an investment portfolio is aligned? As the first country worldwide, Switzerland established a set of transparency criteria for climate-aligned investing. These include net zero commitments, management to net zero, climate stewardship, fossil fuel exposures, greenhouse gas emissions, and global warming potential. The Swiss Climate Scores, transparency for investing.
of the Swiss Financial Centre is FinTech, InsurTech and Green Finance, powered by breakthrough innovation and motivated by an inventive cultural mindset for problem solving and engineering solutions. In 2020, Switzerland held the record for the highest number of patent applications per capita in Europe, was #1 for innovation according to the EU Innovation Scoreboard. And there were more companies registered in 2020 than in any previous calendar year, demonstrating a strong capacity for crisis resilience. Startups are sprouting like Swiss mushrooms across the peaceful Alpine nation, with over 350 startups redefining the future of banking, finance and insurance. Reinsurance firm Swiss Re is a member of the Trinity Challenge, a global coalition seeking to utilise data analytics to predict and prevent disease, epidemics and pandemics. And the Swiss Digital Insurance Association has formed to foster digital insurance innovation. Crypto Valley in Zug is fast developing a reputation as a world-leading ecosystem, fostering growth, collaboration and integrity in blockchain, cryptographic and...
So 3 razy, the last time now. Ladies and gentlemen, I know, feel invited here to join us for this discussion. I know it's a challenge for you because you are now with this panel after the second coffee break. So it's not easy, but I think we should start now. I have the pleasure to introduce to you the moderator of this panel. It's Professor Witold Wilinski, Associate Professor at SGH. Warsaw School of Economics and CEO of GPW Tech, which is a daughter company of the place we are here now. And I think we are ready now. Professor Wilinski, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. The title of today's panel, this is FinTech Opportunities in Poland and Switzerland. So it will be about 2 completely different markets with a completely different history and completely different structure of the financial market. And I would like to start by the introduction of our panelists. First, Mr. Paweł Widawski, the president of FinTech Poland, leader of Poland's main non-profit think tank on digital finance. The second, Professor Cornelia Stengel, attorney at law and partner at, and here could you help me because... Yes, exactly. My pronunciation in German is not very good, so thank you for your help. As well as co-director of Swiss FinTech Innovation. Swiss FinTech Innovation is an association of banks and insurance companies, as well as other companies involved in the financial market. The third panelist, Mr. Thibaut Roquette. I hope that now the pronunciation is good.
Perfect.
Thibaut heads a partnership for F10. He has spent over a decade building and investing in innovative new ventures, as well as advising large financial institutions to engage with the best fintech companies worldwide. And Mr. Radomir Mastalerz, the CEO of Wealth Arc, a Zurich-based wealth management fintech with Polish roots, and a member of Swiss Association Open Wealth that advocates common standard for financial data exchange. And this was about our panelists which are with us. And finally, Mr. Matteo Bernardis, I give you the floor to present yourself.
Thank you, and I hope you can hear me well. Yes, so I'm responsible for UBS Next, which is the innovation unit of UBS in the areas of strategic investing, running our corporate VC, and research activities associated with it.
Okay, thank you. So the first round of our question, the first question will be to Mr. Paweł Widawski. Or perhaps you will receive 2 questions. One question will be related to the current political situation, the war that we have between Russia and Ukraine. and the first one will be related to your organization. So one of the goals of FinTech Poland is to promote Polish digital finance, both nationally and from the international point of view. How successful are Polish fintechs? This is the first question. And the second, and has the Russian aggression against Ukraine had an impact on the number of fintechs entrepreneurs that we have now in Poland?
Sure. Mr. Professor, thank you very much for invitation, and thank you for this question. So, some general remarks. The Polish fintech sector is growing really rapidly. We publish every year Polish fintech map, and in 2018 there were about 150 fintechs, and today in 2022 there are more than 300 fintechs. So as you can see, the market is really vibrant, is growing really rapidly. The second remark relates to the profile of Polish fintech sector. In Poland, fintech should be defined in a really broad way, as we have very innovative banks, which considers themselves as a fintechs as well. And banks individually and collectively create really breakthrough innovations in Poland. Good example is, of course, BLIK, a very strong player, a really strong brand, which is widely known. So, answering this question, Polish
starts the expansion abroad, of course.
Yes, it's quite important, as traditionally Polish fintechs are rather focused on Polish local market. But in recent years, we see the change in this space, and more companies decide for expansion, which is not easy, but the willingness of expansion and awareness that Polish market is rather too small for them is a good sign of the maturity of our market. You mentioned that one of our goals of FinTech Poland is promoting Polish financial sector and Polish digital finance sector abroad. Yes, it's true, and we are trying to observe how Poland and Polish financial sector, and actually Polish financial center, is perceived from abroad. And unfortunately, according to the last Global Financial Center Index, Warsaw as a financial center is ranked 62nd, the most competitive financial center in the world. So it's not the best position, and the Prague and the Berlin and Copenhagen those centers are much higher in rank, but I'm not so sure whether it really reflects the strength of those centers.
And sorry, the second question in few words, because we have a limit of 3 minutes for each answer.
Last sentence about the promotional Polish digital finance abroad. We launched the initiative Future Finance Poland, and our aim is to promote Poland as a financial center abroad. So this is one of the key activities of our foundation in this area. Referring to the second question, more geopolitical situation, of course, we witness influx of really well-qualified migrants from Ukraine, from Belarus, and only within the Polish Business Harbor, which is a governmental program for relocation workers from Ukraine, IT workers from Ukraine and Belarus, almost 50,000 talents were relocated from those countries to Poland. So it means only within this one program. So
it means that we can see a positive influence on the market. Of course, we hope that the war will end at a moment, and they will perhaps go back to develop their country. Professor Cornelia, thank you for your answer. Professor Cornelia Stengel, FinTech aim to disrupt the old ways of doing business. So it can be tricky for them to assess legal risks and figure out which regulation applies to them. As partner of a law firm, can you tell us about Switzerland's FinTech license and how it helps innovators in Switzerland compared to other jurisdictions?
Yeah, thank you very much. Compared to other jurisdiction is the key word, no? If we compare our legislation with European legislation, we have, or let's start the other way around, we have similar goals. No? Financial sector regulation always aims financial stability, like consumer protection and so on. So we have the same goals. But in Switzerland, we have a completely different way
Which means that this is a kind of different approach?
I think it's a different approach. We have very principle-based legislation, which leaves much room for innovation. But we also need, I wrote an article last week, that's why it's really important. We need guidance from our regulators, from our authorities, how to implement exactly. The devil always lies in the details. So we have like similar goals, but another way to regulate. In the end, I think the rules applying in Switzerland and European Union also are similar. So we try to be on a level playing field, but we also have a very innovative legislation. For example, the DLT legislation entered into force a year ago. Or we do like small amendments on a banking act, or we have like this FinTech license you mentioned. I can elaborate on this topic for hours, but just you mentioned the FinTech license. This is one license would be nice for companies in the payment sector, prepaid payment systems, for example, because you can collect deposits from the public up to 100 million Swiss francs without the banking license. No. So you have the hurdles are not so high, and you can act a bit like a bank.
Thank you. Mr. Thibault Rouquette, as F10 Ventures support the early collaboration between startups, incumbents and investors, you can recognize patterns in the FinTech ecosystem. What is your assessment of the ecosystem in Switzerland, and what is unique about Switzerland as a FinTech location?
Well, a few things come to my mind when thinking of like the unicity of Switzerland as a FinTech ecosystem. Maybe the first one, a bit unconventional, is when you think financial centers, and Switzerland is clearly one of the big financial centers, you typically have in mind the skyscraper, the big buildings, the Manhattan, the Warsaw Spire. Interestingly, one of the things unique about Switzerland is that you have FinTech in between lakes and mountains. And it seems maybe like, a bit like a weird thing to say on a panel for the Polish Swiss Innovation Day, but I think it's an important one to just understand that there's this entire mindset, and you're very close to nature, and it makes it very unique compared to all the other financial centers and FinTech centers that I had the chance to work for or visit in the past few years. The second, maybe more conventional, like I can mention here, and which is key, and which I think Switzerland is really leading, is obviously everything related to the crypto scene, digital asset. We just mentioned the DLT regulation, where clearly, I mean, all the biggest blockchain technologies are somewhere into the crypto valley in Zug, which is close to Zurich. So I think this is clearly one of the places where it's very thriving. There's still like lots to do, but it's really unique that you don't see anywhere else in the world. And then maybe the third point that comes to my mind, which is more like where we have the potential, but are still like more to do, is around the area of wealth management. I mean, Switzerland is leading center for wealth management globally. Yet we have Wealth here in the panel, which is great. I think we can see much, much more. We have a wealth transfer coming. We still have the old way of doing a lot of wealth management, and I think there's a huge potential in Switzerland to tap next into FinTech in wealth management. So to summarize, FinTech between lakes and mountains, the DLT and crypto space, which is the big one in the world, and then the potential for wealth management fintech.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Radomir Mastalerz, WealthOrg equips wealth management with the latest technologies and digital innovations to speed up process and increase client success. You know both the Polish and Swiss markets very well. What similarities and what differences you can find in that area?
Thank you for this question. The similarities are obvious to me. Both countries, Switzerland and Poland, have drive for innovation, drive for digitalization. They just chose different paths how to achieve that. So the two main differences I see is, first of all, is time horizon. So Switzerland is really looking forward in like 20, 30 years forward. What's going to happen, how our decisions today are impacting the future. Even the small companies, small businesses, they really think about every decision they make, how it's going to impact the future of their business. And do
you think that the legal environment has an influence here, comparing the European legal environment and the Swiss environment?
I think it's both legal I would say environment, which is much more stable than in Poland or in European Union, and the culture that was built over the years in Switzerland. And I think second big difference between Poland and Switzerland is the risk appetite. So Switzerland, I think, is much more risk averse, and the decision process is I think longer. But once it's made, they're really persistent and stick to it, and for many years and move forward. And
so you told us that the Polish KNF, the financial supervisory institution, is less strict than in Switzerland?
I'm not saying it's less strict, it's more strict. I'm just saying that the legal framework in Switzerland is more stable than in Poland over time.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for...
Yes? What I think is good in Poland, there's more approach like trial and error approach. So there's more acceptance to make failures, try different things, and then choose what's best.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Matteo Bernardis, after returning from Hong Kong, you launched UBS Next, the corporate venture capital initiative of UBS for early stage fintechs. From the perspective of UBS as an investor, what hurdles do fintech startups face, and what roles can risk-taking VC initiative like UBS Next play?
Thank you, and I hope that you can still hear me. So when we came to set up and launch UBS Next, the idea was that we would create another channel for us to connect with the startups and help them distribute the product, connect with the organization to help us innovate. And the startups that we talk to are companies that work with us directly, so more like corporate technology type of solutions, or can be like fintechs that distribute in a sort of B2B2C through us, or even direct to consumer. So you have different models. What is common across all of them is that they are looking for a channel to distribute, and also they need to learn how to navigate a bank of the size and complexity as UBS. So we launched Next with not only as an investment initiative, but also with other parts. So we have an incubator that we use to try out these technologies and connecting with the business more easily. We do a lot of work around intelligence to understand where we need to focus our efforts, just to not to waste time in areas that we don't think that are going to yield any potential. And we also have what we call a catalyst, which effectively tries to make the process of onboarding, running proof of concept and sort of trying out new things easier. So really our job is to create that channel, get to know the companies and work with them, and then make it easy for them to work with us.
Okay, thank you. And the second round of questions, we'll start again with Mr. Paweł Widawski. And the question will be a little bit related to the previous panel. To what extent is sustainability a concern or even a selling point for Polish fintech firms?
I believe both. On the one hand, it's quite a challenge. As it was said today, ESG requirements are really tough. And it seems that even for big financial institutions, for banks, it's really a tough challenge. And within the next 2 years, about 50,000 enterprises across European Union will be obliged to implement ESG rules, and fintechs are no exception. So this is a great challenge. I have the impression that it's still a terra incognita for fintechs in Poland. So they definitely need some help how to comply with ESG regulations. But on the other hand, it's a great opportunity. Great opportunity.
And perhaps it's easier than in other sectors, yes, comparing to, for example, a simple industry. You're based on services, and I think that here it could be an opportunity for you.
It is opportunity specifically because fintechs have great access to breakthrough technologies like big data, artificial intelligence, and they, thanks of that, they can really benefit for or contribute to sustainability. So I believe that absolutely this is a great opportunity. We even here in Poland we observe a number of really interesting ventures focused on carbon footprint measurement, and they expand really aggressively also abroad. So I believe it's opportunity for Polish fintechs.
Okay, thank you. And the next question, Cornelia. FinTech has the potential to individualize financial products and services, but taking into account demographic changes and clients' expectations regarding sustainability, in which areas and how does your association, I mean the Swiss FinTech Innovations, support such innovation in Switzerland?
Yes, thank you. Swiss FinTech Innovations, as you mentioned before, is an association of banks and insurance companies, and the association tries to report, analyze trends, but also gives a playground for banks and insurances to try to find a way to comply with the new rules, be it in FinTech or in sustainability, without having exposed themselves already. So you can use the association as working place, exchange experience, and for this reason we work together with many partner associations. I want to mention the Polish one, because with the Swiss-Polish Blockchain Association we have these exchanges too. So I think that what an association can do is not deliver the solutions, but giving the ground, a basis, and maybe sometimes push a bit in a special direction.
Okay, thank you. Are your organization responsible, for example, for some legal lobbying? Or not?
We are let's say we have different projects, and we have in all the projects we have different people with different skills. So we have one working group with which is called Regulations Working Group, and there we have the legal guys from all our members, and we are building opinion, and we give the opinion to the authorities or the legislators. So we have, or we try to have some influence in the end.
Okay, with some small suggestions. Okay, thank you. Thibaut, the F10 has hubs in Switzerland, Singapore and Spain. How different are FinTech ecosystem in these 3 locations? Which locations are ahead of the pack in terms of sustainability and climate FinTech? And perhaps could you add some words about your experience concerning the Polish market, because I know that previously you've been here.
Yeah. All right, so let me start with the first one, the differences between ecosystem. I think it could also be a long discussion, so I would definitely not do it into the 3 minutes, but I think FinTech by definition is also like a...
By the way, this watch doesn't work.
Yeah, that's what I see. Yeah.
And this is a Swiss conference.
Yeah, but we're in Poland. Who do we blame? So the part of, I think FinTech is very much local. One of the reasons, so really global and local. If you want to have FinTech ambition, you need to really think global, and that's great to see that in Poland, like the Polish entrepreneurs are thinking more and more global. But you have to be very local for the regulation, the different the different players on the market. So, I mean, some of the difference we see, Switzerland, as I mentioned, we have the wealth management, but it's still like a lot of this like very open association. It's very easy into the market to have discussion with all type of players from the ecosystem, and it's really happening on a constant basis. Spain, we have seen a lot more of like still local mindset, which was interesting to see for us, with also the startups and the companies which had the same syndrome of thinking like Spain is a market big enough, so our FinTech could be only for Spain. Singapore has been involved in FinTech with like, I mean, the authority, the MAS has been involved in very early stage of FinTech since 2014, and probably before. So very high engagement of, for example, the regulator themselves.
The Singapore government is very strong in regulations
exactly.
For the FinTech sector.
Yeah, exactly.
They are in the top of the world.
Yeah, and it's incredible like how active they were. In the previous roles, they were investing into like, I mean, they were supporting us in Startup Bootcamp in 2014 for the first accelerator we were launching in Singapore, which was incredible. So local, then you had the question around sustainability and climate FinTech. By the way, F10 published a climate FinTech report where we have analyzed over 400 companies. It's available online. You go on to f10.global, and you will have insights on the FinTech, climate FinTech that we see around the globe. I think we had like some interesting discussion also today, but sustainable finance and climate FinTech we don't have clear winner yet. So from the report we could extract, Europe is leading as a continent. It's clearly like at the moment in terms of climate FinTech #1 that we've seen. But we don't have yet a capital of climate FinTech or sustainable finance, which big message would be like it would be great to indeed see all this competition or even co-petition between London, Green Crown, Singapore, Luxembourg. Exactly.
Yeah.
Please compete, or co-opete, because we need like a global capital being the planet, not the cities. So yes, so still in terms of strong activity, we've seen into the early stage startups, Switzerland and the Nordics, where we actually have expanded for a program in the Nordics and the Baltics. And then, in terms of the experience that I had with Poland, that was one of the things that you have mentioned, but probably things have changed. I was spending a lot of time here between 2015 and 2018, and for me, what was impressive of the FinTech scene of Poland was like driven by the banks. I mean, especially the retail side was very innovative compared to everything I've seen in every other countries I lived, where I could have my mobile banking, online banking, and do pretty much everything I wanted from day one when I entered into the country. So I think that was one of the specificities.
This is related to the history of the Polish banking sector after the collapse of communism.
Yes.
Because in 90s, we privatized around 70% of our banking sector, and the consequence was that we had a lot of investors from different countries. So we've created a very competitive market, and the consequence of this was the creation of FinTechs, of course, combining with the high level of the education in the IT sector. So that was the story. Thank you for your answer. And the next question, Radomir. WealthOrgs provides technological and digital solutions for wealth managers. How do sustainability metrics, which are likely to grow in importance, fit into your data-driven wealth management platform?
Thank you. So we ask our customers, wealth managers, asset managers, family offices, last year, we asked them a question, whether they want to see ESG data on our platform. And they all raised hands, said yes, of course. And then we said, okay, but it's not for free, you need to pay for this data. And it's okay, let's wait then a bit and see what happens. So I would say that the good example comes from the top, so on the government level, on the bank level, it's already happening now, but for the SMEs, the small, medium-sized companies, they are still waiting for this, I would say, adoption of the ESG. And for this to happen, I mean, a few things needs to be in place. First of all, companies needs to disclose the ESG information regularly and in unified form. It needs to be quantifiable, so you need to be able to compare those different ESG information between different companies. And then welfare comes into place where we apply those ESG ratings to the real investment portfolios where the customer can see the ESG score of the whole portfolio. So I think it's coming, but I think the small and mid-sized companies and asset managers are not there yet in terms of ESG. It will come.
Okay, thank you. And Matteo, the last question. In which areas do incumbents like UBS most need the innovative power of startups to make the financial service delivery fit for the 21st century?
Thank you. So the short answer, I think it's everywhere really, and then I'll go for the slightly longer answer. But if you think about how our industry has changed, we used to be, compared to 10, 15 years ago, we used to be a lot more capital intense, and technology was frankly more a headache and sort of the legacy platform than an opportunity. I think now it's definitely not the case anymore. And the connectivity between tech and business is stronger than ever, to the extent that there's almost like a blurred line sometimes. This is because, like all the other business models, we are being digitized, but what it also means is that you need to forget about creating your sort of silo where everything is built internally, and you don't need to rely on third-party applications because it's just unfeasible. You wouldn't be able to deliver so much so fast, with also technical obsolescence being so rapid. So that's a general statement. Now, for UBS being a wealth manager-centered universal bank, and also personally, my belief, I'm 100% with what Thibault said earlier. So I think wealth management is a huge potential, because other parts of our industry, like retail, have been disrupted much earlier. I think partially because of higher pressure on margins, but also because it's a simpler industry. But now we have the technological tools to understand clients a lot better, to be a lot closer to clients. Think about sort of embedded models or sort of touch point models, where you can be everywhere, understand your client deeply, and rely and decrease your reliance on a client advisor to handle most of that relationship. And this is not absolutely, I don't mean this as a cost point, but I mean it as a quality of the relationship point, as a omnipresence, understanding, personalization. There's a lot more that we can do thanks to technology, and I'm really looking forward to that part in particular. And maybe one other area which is a little bit further away, but I think we're still seeing just the beginnings of what decentralized finance will bring to our industry. I know that this is a little bit trite, but I do see that maybe certain parts of our value chain are going to be much more distributed. Maybe you will have this decentralized autonomous organization managing certain building blocks, and then you will have financial institutions like us that sort of try to channel all those breadth of technologies into our client bases. So in general, are much more permeable and much more open than it is today.
Okay, thank you. Dear participants, do you have any questions to our panelists? We've prepared a microphone, so if somebody has a question. No?
This is a quiet audience, very listening to us, like they would be.
So if not, to summarize our panel, so what we can observe? We can observe a relatively similar legal framework in Switzerland, in Poland. In the same time, a different structure of the banking sector. In Switzerland, dominated by Swiss banks, of course. In Poland, with a completely different history, which is a kind of consequence of the communism period, the privatization, and now a kind of repolonization of the banking sector. And of course, we have to know that the structure of the banking sector, the history, can have a huge influence of the way of the development. You told about Singapore, we spoke about Switzerland, about Poland, Luxembourg, London, but I'm giving an example based on Africa concerning the FinTech development sector. The structure of the banking sector in Africa is completely different because they do not have, or they hadn't offices, big structure of the banking sector in each village or town, and it provokes a very sharp, very fast development of the mobile fintech sector in Africa. And in some details and in some aspects, we have to follow now Africa, even Switzerland and Poland. So we have, anyway, we have to find good examples for a good development of our businesses. Thank you for your attention. And thank you, all panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Professor Witold Wilinski, for moderating the panel. And thank you to all the panelists. For those who have questions later on during the lunch break, be sure to approach our panelists from both panel discussions. And now, without further ado, as mentioned already, we are honored to establish a link to International Geneva, where this week the Building Bridges conference took place for the second time. This is a conference that brings together the UN organizations, the private sector, the financial center of Geneva, the NGOs, and government agencies to discuss sustainable finance. And the conference is the brainchild of Patrick Audier, the president of Building Bridges, chairman of the Swiss private bank Lombard Odier, and also president of the industry association Swiss Sustainable Finance. It's an honor to have you with us. Patrick Audier, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, and great greetings from sunny Geneva to, I understand, sunny Warsaw. I'm very, very pleased to be with you today for this Polish-Swiss Innovation Day that is really exploring the financial sector and how it can be a driver to the green transformation. I'd like to first, if I may, start by thanking the Swiss Embassy in Poland for inviting me and Ambassador Fillier for hosting this discussion and facilitating what I think is the thrust also of Building Bridges, i.e. an exchange of views between all of us involved in this sustainability transition. Switzerland, as you know, has been an active actor in the field of sustainable finance for the past years. Actually, innovating was the word 3 decades ago when we started developing what became the largest community of microfinance institutions. In addition, of course, a number of impact finance institutions, blended finance institutions developed as well. And today I can say that the industry has really embedded the sustainability philosophy behind the development of the financial offering. So this is good news for all of us, and I think it was mentioned already. The news is also that while we have advanced on the financial sector side, we need the other stakeholders to do the same, and we need to talk to each other. And that's why we are indeed today, actually yesterday, we closed successfully the 2022 edition of Building Bridges that gathered roughly 2,000 participants to try to advance topics, subjects, concepts that had to do with sustainable finance efficiency. Perhaps for those of you who are not so familiar with Building Bridges. Let me just, in a nutshell, tell you what it is. Building Bridges is indeed an initiative. It is, of course, more than an event. It's actually a true movement that was started in 2019, which consists of trying to make use of Switzerland's outstanding position in trying to gather all the international organizations and, more than that, all the NGOs and perhaps also academia around the financial sector, the real economy, if I may say, and academia to tackle and discuss first of all, the priority items to put on the agenda, and secondly, solutions that can be implemented to accelerate the transition. So basically, the mission of this initiative is to accelerate the transition to a global economic model, which is aligned, of course, with the needs of a just society and a sustainable society. And I mention both because the agenda this year has included, in particular, some of the social aspects of this transition that are, of course, of a great importance. So how do we do that? Well, we bridge these different community sectors and generations through, first of all, a summit, and then a week of workshop sessions, discussions, presentations of initiatives. Basically, this community and this week allows participant, one, to learn, and we all need to learn from each other in this respect. Two, to gather, exchange experience, and perhaps discuss potential collaboration. And three, to position or announce whether a publication, research, new initiatives, such as it's been the case already during the last two editions. But Building Bridges is also willing to be an international platform that really aims to shape the global sustainable financial agenda. The 2022 edition ended after 4 intense days, I must say, in discussion in Geneva, and also this is the news this year in Zurich, where I was yesterday together with the Swiss Finance Institute and Swiss Sustainable Finance. And as our world, indeed, in the present times is facing unprecedented crisis of all nature, I think the Building Bridges Week aimed to explore in this difficult environment what are not only the risks, but also, of course, the opportunities and the challenges that we can take advantage of. We hosted first a high-level summit that showcased new dynamic approaches to align these financial products with the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, and also discussed ways to finance, to finance or to invest in sustainability and inclusive, in particular, agricultural practices. So nature was at the heart of the agenda, but let me just summarize it. The agenda was focusing first on climate-related issue in a sense that much has been done, as you all know, in this respect for the last 2, 3, 4 years. And now we are really facing implementation issues. And I think what we are interested in today to discuss is basically where are the obstacles to facilitate that implementation. I'll give you one example which comes to mind and is often discussed, probably in your country as much as in ours. The financial sector is been considered a bit ahead, perhaps, of some of the industrial sectors that would then resent a little bit the pressure from the financial sector to get information at an accelerated pace. And we have to be careful that there we don't get into a dialogue between the industrial economy and the financial economy or sector that becomes conflicting. And I think this has to do with probably education. It has to do with perhaps tools that we have to put in place to explain what kind of information the financial sector needs to allocate capital properly. And this is a step that I think we should take before it becomes too much of a tension. We were also, of course, very interested in trying to precise a little bit what do we mean by nature finance or nature-based solution. And in this respect, we, of course, got some in-depth presentation on certain aspects of this nature-based solution universe, which is creating itself at a faster pace than we could even imagine. And as you probably all know, which is more perhaps difficult to address today by our sector, by the financial sector, simply because the policy framework itself and also the metrics and measurement or methodologies that apply to that space have not yet been completely discussed and decided on. And we, of course, are expecting a lot from the COP15 conclusions which on the political side seems to be quite difficult and challenging, but hopefully will allow us to move one step further. Once these aspects are being cleared, we will be, of course, then interested in trying to together focus on the low-hanging fruits in how to allocate capital to nature regenerating types of projects, how to innovate in that space, and I will come to it a bit later. And in this respect, I think the atmosphere of the Building Bridges discussion was really encouraging and motivating for those who are expecting here to be more active. We also addressed one aspect which is quite important to all of us, which is how do we translate the climate or nature or perhaps other sustainable aspect effect on a company or on a sector into the financial well-being of the sector and or the company, i.e. the accounting standards. And we had the pleasure of having with us Emmanuel Faber, who, as you probably know, chairs the International Sustainability Board, Standard Board, that was created by the IFRS Foundation at the end of last year. And I think this was a very good occasion to make a call for reason to not only the financial sector to try to bring together all the reflections that have been made in creating those accounting standards. As you know, they are very different from one region to the other, but also to the politicians to get united in a decision that would foster a common standard. So we also had the opportunity, last but not least, to introduce in the agenda what is something that I think will take more and more importance, which is the social consequences of this transition. Whatever the angle you take to this transition, they will be major and are major already, not only adaptation, but also direct social impact. And I think it is time to gather around the table all the necessary brains to make sure we can also here fix the societal framework in which we want to share not only the advantages but also the cost of this transition, and secondly, fix also some of the responsibilities of the industrial sector, of the economy in general, and hence allow the financial sector to allocate capital properly. This was basically the idea this year, and Building Bridges' mission is also to try to define this agenda year after year in an as pragmatic as possible way. We were lucky to have this issue with key leaders. I mentioned Emmanuel Faber. We had Paul Polman, who's probably well known to all of you. We had the chance of having an intervention of Al Gore. We also had indirectly Mr. McCartney intervening in a UNEP session. We had Margaret Kulo, responsible for finances at the WWF. And we also had social entrepreneurs such as Luis Mabulo from the Philippines, 24 years old, a Filipino young lady who has managed to develop a fantastic project encouraging and helping farmers to be effective in a country which is, of course, suffering a lot from the climate change, in particular from a meteorological point of view. So the Building Bridges Summit highlighted a number of ways to cope with these climate changes risks and how industry can act to mitigate and absorb those risks, but also to drive progress and collaborate across sectors and countries and to support that transition. And I think that was, as I said, quite reassuring to see that there are numbers now of collaborations and initiatives that are being taken across boundaries and, of course, in particular, due also to the current food and energy crisis. In addition to the summit, we also hosted about 68 event sessions on topics such as biodiversity, net zero, FinTech, as was just discussed, gender lens investing, peace, plastic waste, greenwashing, or opportunities in emerging markets. And these Building Bridges discussions have been really enriching from all points of view, very qualitatively very important, eye-opening, and motivating. Several organizations have used actually this annual Building Bridges meeting and week to make announcements, release new research report, or launch initiative. You will probably see them. I realize that I'm in between you and your lunch, so I won't be too long. And for instance, in Geneva, we just launched the new Nature Finance Initiative, and also something that could be very pertinent to the theme of your meeting of today, the Innovate for Nature, a project that both aims at to protect our nature, but also biodiversity and the rights of indigenous communities. This is a process that is now being institutionalized and will foster innovation and hundreds of innovation per year in this field to make sure that we all look at a project that can really make the difference in this respect. It was also the opportunity to release new research on the field, and for instance, the latest data from the Gender Lens Investing Switzerland were shared and revealed that the gender gap, for instance, in our country, that still remains too high with respect to the objective that were set, while showing concrete ways to address this issue through finance. And that was, of course, useful to many of the participants. Gender lens investing can lead to, as you know, direct benefit if more data, tools, and guidance are provided to asset owners, to managers, and to us generally in the financial sector. So that was a subject that was also quite interesting and closer perhaps to the financial technicalities. Another research project yesterday was presented to better measure and report on sustainability, and that actually is a project that is being supported by the IFC and that is going to be piloted by the Graduate Institute in Geneva, basically by already having an overview of all the impact measures that exist, as you know, a bit chaotically in our universe, and trying to then put our fingers and their fingers on the metrics that will be useful to have a perhaps one day standard impact measurement tool that will allow us to be even more effective when it comes to impact investing. Finally, the Human Technology Foundation also presented its new framework of impact assessment for technologies, and that's something that was also quite innovative in the sense of a discussion that never had to take place in our Building Bridges community before. So overall, I'd say that Building Bridges is now more and more recognized as being a useful platform and perhaps a leader in the field of sustainable finance, convening experts of all natures, all sources, all expertise around the same tables, together with also civil society, and that want actually to use the platform to move the needle. As I said, during the 4 days, 2,000 participants, renowned experts, decision makers, corporate leaders, financial executives, activists, private investors met around the International Center of Conference of Geneva. And we also had a very, very good way to discuss with the young generation, having the Villar Institute being present and having prepared with a class of 30 all the discussions before they happened, or all panels before they happened, to make sure that the youth could also express itself through ways of precise questions to the panelists. So the fact that Building Bridges gather an international audience, which was also online, of course, reminds us that Switzerland should continue to play its role in the global discussion on the sustainable transition. And we hope that we will continue through Building Bridges to be able to do so, to bridge with conferences and forums like the one you're hosting today in Poland. And we look forward to establish here also bridges to play together, that leading bridges, because alone we will not be able to do it. So we believe that we can encourage innovation, we should encourage innovation, and we hope that this Polish-Swiss Innovation Day will also offer pathways to support the transition of our economic model. So with this, I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to just give you a few words about Building Bridges, and I wish you all a very good lunch and a fruitful continuation of the discussions.
Thank you very much, Patrick Audier. It's wonderful to have all these insights from the Building Bridges conference in international Geneva that took place over the last 4 days. Thank you for sharing that with us. And I just recently again noticed the exceptional ads that your private bank Lombard Odier has in the magazine The Economist. And the last one was a bison that was facing a storm, icy wind against his head and holding its head down, and it just said onwards. And so that's also what we wish you. I know that we are facing different crises, we are facing many challenges, but I hope that with Building Bridges and with Swiss Sustainable Finance, you will have the long-term goals in mind and you will push forward, overcome obstacles, and also share this expertise from Geneva with the world. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much, and have a great continuation of the seminar.
Thank you. And to all our guests, it was a pleasure to have you here. Again, big thanks to our hosts of the Warsaw Stock Exchange. I would invite you to follow finance.swiss on Twitter and LinkedIn, and to follow Ulrich Wendimann and myself to lunch.
Yes,
downstairs.
Which will take place in the downstairs on ground floor. And concerning the recordings, if you want to review the panels we had or one of the presentations, please give us a few days. We need to process the recordings. We will let you know what you can find and where. Bardzo dziękujemy za uwagę i zapraszamy na lunch w holu budynku.
Dziękujemy.